Morning, everybody. Just saying hello. We're going to start in a few minutes, but it's not quite 10 a.m. Eastern time at the moment. So I'm going to give some people a little bit of a chance to kind of pop on. And then I'll just give a couple of tips for interacting with Zoom before we get going. Hello, Rannveig.
Hi.
If I pronounce your name wrong, will you? I don't think I'm going to, but if I do.
Well, it's all good. So
okay.
Icelandic name, and you know, Icelanders know how to say it. So
okay, can I practice? I feel like I might have it right, but I just want you to tell me if I got it right.
Yeah. So
Rannveig Þyri Guðmundsdóttir.
Yeah.
Is it terrible?
Well, I love it. You know, in every accent.
Okay, I'm gonna let you say your own name when we start.
Thank you.
Because I just can't. I don't want to get it
wrong. Oh well, it's all good. If you're comfortable, I'm comfortable with it. You know, in whatever way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see here. And are you going to be screen sharing at all, or do you need to share your screen in order to share like a presentation, or are you just going to be talking?
I'm gonna be talking and looking here, you know, to my right, you know, to some text and then.
Okay, perfect.
So it's 10 in the morning.
Yeah, I was going to ask once we had a few more people on, like, what is the time where everybody's at and where everybody is at? Because we've got this international crew logging on every day and we're all in different. So yesterday when I started, I'm like, good morning, everyone. And I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure it's afternoon for like half the people here.
It's
so it must be afternoon, yeah, for you.
Yeah, 2 o'clock here in Iceland. Yeah.
And I know that right after you, Linda will be presenting. And do you know, I don't know offhand if Iceland and England are in the same.
No, 2 hours. 2 hours
apart. Okay.
I think
okay,
so.
Okay,
so it differs though.
Yeah, I know it changes also depending on the time of the season. But
yeah.
What's the weather like in Iceland right now? Is it it's not warm, but it's in like the 50s Fahrenheit, or?
I have this on and this on. So
right.
Yeah.
So cold.
Yeah, a bit today. Yeah.
Well, I'm in Florida in the United States, and it is not cold. It's hot and evil, and I hate it. I hate summer in Florida. It's the worst. I actually grew up in the north where we actually had all the seasons and lots of snow and ice in the winter. And on one hand, it's nice not to have to drive through snow and ice down here. But the trade-off is that the summers are extremely hot and humid and kind of temperamental.
Kill you.
Yeah, totally. It's awful. It's like being in a hot box constantly.
Yeah, I grew up in Florida too, Olivia.
So where did you live, Emily?
I was in Coral Springs, which is Fort Lauderdale, Miami area.
Ah, okay.
So right
tropical.
The Everglades, literally like right next to the Everglades.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I mean, so I'm in Central Florida, which is like right on the cusp. You can feel the difference when you go down to Miami area. It feels more tropical. Like once you get down there, you actually have coconut palm trees. We don't have coconuts in Orlando.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of palm trees though.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll start because I don't want to get too far off track. And I guess one thing I'll say for the few of you that are in here at the moment, and I'm sure we'll have some trickle in as we go through the morning and the rest of the afternoon, is, hey, Tanya, I don't know if you can hear me yet. If you have a question, and I know that some of you will feel comfortable just using the audio, just clicking, basically putting your sound on and speaking. But if for some reason you don't want to interrupt somebody who's speaking, or you feel that you are embarrassed or you shouldn't be embarrassed, but if you're feeling nervous or shy, you can use the chat button to put in a comment or a question as we go, and then I will be able to monitor that a little bit so that the speakers don't have to worry too much about it. So we're going to start now. So we have, gosh, Rannveig, can you please tell me if I'm saying it right? I feel like I'm going to say your name every time and it's going to be wrong. How do you pronounce your name?
Rannveig.
Rannveig. Okay, I wasn't totally off. Okay, I'm just
exactly
slightly Americanized. Is going to be starting us off at 10 o'clock. And then at 11 o'clock, Linda, who's just popped on, is going to be doing her session. And then we're going to do similar to what we did yesterday. We're going to have a break somewhere between 12 and 1 or so. So if Linda goes a little bit long or this session goes a little bit long, we do have a little bit of cushion space for people to log off or stay logged on, but just kind of take off and go eat something or do what you want to do. And then 1 o'clock, we're going to be resuming sessions again. And then Hillary will be sort of moderating at that time. So I'm going to let Rannveig just introduce herself and the session that she's doing for everybody. And then so take it.
Thank you. So good to see all of you. So my name is Rannveig, and you said it so good, Olivia.
Thanks.
Yeah. So my name is Rannveig. I live in Reykjavik, Iceland. I have been working with the waters for 8 or 9 years now. A special project. I've always loved the water, to play in it, while I was a little girl. And the rivers, they really, had my attention my whole life, playing and having fun with them, and playing with the ferries that are, close to the rivers, as well, and the joy that they bring. Yeah, so I have, many good memories from childhood, playing with so. Okay, let's do it like this. It's strange to talk to all those faces in the video, so it's good. Yeah, so I am working with water. I talk to the water, talk to the water beings, to the nature beings, and am working kind of in that field to make this world maybe a little bit of a better place. So that is, what I am up to. So I have been collecting information from the rivers. We have many rivers here in Iceland. So 1/4 of the round road around Iceland, so when you drive 1/4 of that whole road around Iceland, we have 97 rivers. And then of course we have rivers, into the highlands and all, but just this #1 road. So 1/4 of that is 97 rivers. So many rivers want to talk to me and want to take part, and I'm writing a book about this and telling the stories that they have to tell you. So I'm writing that down, just those 8 or 9 years that I've been doing this. And so this is something that I have just been able to do, to connect with the water, talk to the water. So, and then when I read the book of Emoto, Dr. Masaru Emoto, that was, he did this research with the water for 20 years, and until he passed away 2014. So he studied the scientific evidence of how the molecular structure, now I'm reading this, in water. So yeah, the molecule structure in the water transforms when it is exposed to human words, thoughts, and intentions. So the water takes in the energy that is around it, like we know, and it remembers the water. So all that the water comes in contact with leaves a trace of itself in the water. So the water is recording the energies, recording the grass, recording the flower, recording the fairies. So every energy that comes around the river, the water is recording. So that is kind of the reason why we can do this, because we are so much water. That is how I see it, you know. And so the scientists, they have been, you know, dwelling on those research and saying things that we have known before, you know. Well, this is actually true, you know, the water remembers. So that was really a good thing, because sometimes, you know, I feel like I'm a little bit crazy, you know, knowing all those stories, and oh, wow, I have a vivid, you know, thoughts going on in my mind, but it isn't that. So I'm tapping into it. And I have been doing water seminars over the years with a beautiful friend from Sweden, Felicia, and many others. And I wanted to read for you what came through me at this seminar with Felicia and Linda, another Linda. So here it goes. And it talks into this, what Emoto was saying, you know, about the memory and, you know, all of this. I thank you, water. I love you, water. The things I would like to share about water are all in me. I am water. I am air. I am earth. I am fire. And I blend in this beautiful way with all that is, and with all the people that I have been, and with all the people that I have been surrounded with. We float in this beautiful sea of water, beyond time, beyond the stars, beyond the imagination, what we can imagine. And so it is. And we are here together pretending not to know. But we know, and we know so much. We remember, and water is instant. Water is now, and it is easy, and it is accessible, and it is happening now. So we flow in water, in sea of breaths, all over. Breaths of trees and plants and people and animals. We flow in the breaths of us all, which is water. And we celebrate our lives here on Earth, this planet of water. Oh, what joy. So we can rejoice with everything that we are through the lifetimes, the planets, the stars, everything that we have been. Rejoice that. It is time to remember, and we remember. Stop pretending. You do remember. So this is what the waters came through me and told me. And there are so many, many, many stories that, you know, I can tap into, and they have told me so many things. So so I will just tell you a little bit more. So the method that I use, I walk to the river, and I use my psychic abilities. My psychic abilities are the strongest in the feeling and just knowing. I also see in my mind's eye. I hear, I smell as well, something that isn't there but is there. Yeah. So that is, but I'm the strongest with just the knowing and the feeling. So I walk to the river with respect, with that in mind, to have a conversation in a good way. And I give thanks to all the nature spirits that live there. Introduce myself. Hello, my name is Rannveig, you know, and I have come here to talk to you. And I drink the water. And so that is kind of like plucking in, you know, the wire, you know, with the electric wire. Because I am water and I drink the water, so we are the same, and we come together in this beautiful kind of ceremony. You know, we can do it. Say it like that. That it is a ceremony in every moment, and it is a especially beautiful ceremony to drink the waters from the rivers in Iceland. because they have so much to say. So in this way, by drinking it, it is easy for me to talk to the spirits and let them talk to me. And that sometimes they tell me, I don't want to talk to you. And sometimes they say, I have nothing to say, but would you please clean me? And sometimes they say, well, Rannveig, do you know, the farmers around here, they are not, doing me the honors. They are taking way too much sand out of me. They are, would you please, talk to them? Would you please tell them and get this information to them? And I do that. And then I just go to the next door and say, well, good day there, and tell them about this, what information that I just got from the rivers. So it is kind of a practical and an easy thing to do, to work with the waters. And especially now we can do it more and more. It is easier for all of us while the energy of the earth is changing, like we all know. So it is kind of a good, we have always been able to do this, to talk to the water and drink it like this and feel it. And you have your special conversation with the water that needs to be, that you personally and your spirits and the nature spirits and everything that is coming to you in a good way. Always keep that in mind, to have it in a good way, in a sacred way to the beings that live there. They came the first, they came the first. All the beings that were there, they came first. You're just visiting. So we all have this, but we maybe have not been, practicing the muscles, Some of us, are practicing the muscles more, and some of us are practicing muscle less. But we all have this access to the rivers. And like I say, and I see it because I'm breathing and the water comes out of me, with this now. So I'm breathing the water out, I'm drinking the water, and the water goes up and up to the stars, and it comes back in, and it goes up again, and this circle around and round and round. So that is kind of the way that I see the road of the information, that we can read and tap into. And maybe the most important thing, what the rivers tell me the most is, come and sit with me. Come and sit by the river. I can help you to connect and tap into your true, beautiful power. It will be easier for you if we hold hands, kind of, so it is easier. So you walk, maybe you, and you just choose the river that you are supposed to go to, and you feel it, and you know it. Oh, this is the place. And then you drink from the river. So what do you have to say for me? So there is, one of the biggest rivers here in Iceland, Núpsvötn, they told me that, so now there is a new story that is happening. So now we have the opportunity to tell, you have the opportunity to tell the special story that you are supposed to be saying and telling, with the information from the stars that you have, from the nature beings that you have. You have special connections, and you are the only one that have those connections. And we are all water. We are all one water crystal, really. That is the way I see it, but so they are really welcoming all of us. And it's not only here in Iceland. Of course, we have beautiful, beautiful pure water here. So many rivers. And all over the world, there is kind of stressful, stressful thoughts about water. Like my friend Felicia that I talked about before, she's really stressed about, the water in the world. And with reason. But what I want to say, is to all of you that you can tap, like we can tap to the stars, we can tap, and of course you can tap into the rivers of Iceland, for example, because we have those beautiful rivers here. So you can tap into those waters here, or into those rivers that you would like to connect into, and put the energy into the rivers, into the waters that you have in your country. And it is easy, and it is accessible, like this, Well, it needs a bit of practice, though, but we can all do it, So that is really good. Yeah. So yeah, I want to. Well, I'm babbling on, but still, I want to say one story about the rivers. One river in Snæfellsnes, Venezuela. So the farmers there and all the people that live in that countryside, they have known about this river, and it's so pure. It has especially good taste, and you feel so good, after drinking it. And all the people said it, even those that don't believe in fairies or anything and all those connections. They just were drinking this water, and they were thinking, wow, this is so strange. What is in this river? And they sent the river to some scientists that are working with water, and really going into the molecules and seeing and what is in it, and they send the water there. So the scientists there, they were just really pissed off, and they sent this hard letter, and said, we don't work with processed water. You're making fun of us. So they thought that the water from this pure river was processed. They had been, it was so beautiful and pure. So this is the purity of the waters here. So that is kind of what you can do to help with the waters to really to clean and whatever use in a good way that you want to do at your home. Okay, so the rivers are encouraging us to take the messages of all the love that they carry to us, and that we will listen to them and really accept what they are saying, that it is the truth. The rivers are ready to bring the wisdom forth, and it is really a job that they are doing with joy at heart, if we can say it like that. This is a beauty that has been waiting, to be told. The connection with Mother Earth and the skies through the emotions and the joy that is really surrounding us all with the waters. So that is kind of the essence. Okay, so what do you want to know? What about working with the water in places where the water, can you tell me? I couldn't read it.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. No, Becky, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, what about in places where the water isn't so pure? Source, and does purification that connection that you can have with the water if you are needing to purify it and not drink it straight from the river?
Of course, no. Of course, you don't drink, water that is bad for your health, of course. Of course you don't do that. But what I am saying, even in those, like they have been doing in London, with the Thames, is it how I say it, the river? Yeah. So they have been really cleaning up, the river there with all kind. You can read about it, Google it, what they have been doing there with all kinds of words and methods that I am not able to talk about, but but they have been purifying and cleansing the river, and it is so much better now. But what I do with the intentions. So I can put, for example, I could send. I can send. Yeah, maybe I should do that. I can send some texts about rivers that are willing to connect their energy for this purpose, So then you have the text from this river, and I have some I can put it in our group, and then you can connect with that and do it with the intentions and sit by it and I can tell you maybe, yeah, let's do this once a week, or or just once or something. So I will just I can do that. I can really. So you do it with the intentions, and I yes. So that is an idea.
Just a very brief follow-up to Becky's too before, so Hillary and Kai also have questions. But if you were to go to a river that is struggling with pollution to some degree or other, or you're just not sure, and you live in a place where there could be the water's not very pure or could not be pure, and if you were to take with you like a water purifier, or like the kind people use when they go camping, for example, or even like some iodine pills sometimes people use to clean water of bacteria if they're not sure what they're drinking. If you were to do something like that and in order to drink water at the river, would that like be problematic in terms of that connection that you make, or would that spirit of that water still be intact even if it went through that little like purification process?
So like always, you say you talk to the river, you talk to the place, you talk to the nature spirits. You say, "Hi, I'm Rannveig. How are you doing?" You start the conversation. So it is simple. It is simple like that. And I don't know that much about those purifications, and all those stuffs, because we don't need it. So so I don't know that much about it, but still, the essence of the water, it is in there. It is in there. So tap into that. It's like with a person that is angry, for example, you can go and you can help that person that is angry by tapping into the beauty of it. You acknowledge the dirt, you acknowledge the anger, and then you go into the core, of the molecule, beautiful, clean molecule of the water that is there, that is still there. Is that?
Yes, that makes sense. Yep.
Can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not clearing my throat. I went to France 2 years in a row, where there was a lake that was very polluted. There was like some kind of mining area there before, and then just filled up with water with time. But there were nature spirits in that area, and that were connected to those waters, regardless if it was man-made. And they came to me in a dream and told me that they needed help. And so I brought water from Iceland that I have collected with Rannveig over a period of time. And I went with the group to the waters, and we did a ceremony where we collected waters together and with the waters in the lake. And we kind of shook it up together and did chanting and intentions around it. And it was a very powerful ceremony. And then we put that water into the lake. And we kind of swirled it up in there to help, bring like the medicine into that body of water. And I got messages after that from the others that it was a successful healing. It was a beginning. And those spirits also moved along. They moved away from that area. It was like they were there for the purpose of healing that space, because wildlife was growing all around it and it was becoming nature, but it needed help. And often with waters I meet, like just tap water in America, I might put it in a glass and just hold on to it and listen to it and start communicating. It's not about always drinking it. It's sometimes just breathing into it. Like we're saying that all water has a shared consciousness, like a conscious that we can connect to telepathically and energetically. This is something beyond the mind. This is coming from the intuition, but you can really feel it when you start the communication and the relationship starts building. Like Rannveig was saying, it's about the listening. Like sometimes it's about maybe taking like good water you buy from a store and you charge it, connect with the rivers in Iceland maybe, or Greenland, or whatever you connect with that you feel like it's going to help. Charge it into that glass and put it into the unpure ones. This activity, it really does help start putting the right molecules out there.
Exactly.
And, yeah, so that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you.
That's actually really beautiful. And I was going to ask about that too at some point, I think, because so you mentioned the tap water, and I think, yeah, we every day we take a shower or, drink a glass of water from the tap, and all water, regardless of how processed, I guess it is, or what water system it moved through, man-made water system it moved through to get to wherever we are, it's still water, so I think sometimes when I take a shower, I'll say, like, I'll thank the water that I, helped to bathe me, for example. And I think that also touches a little bit on Hillary's question, because she said, she asked, could you talk a little bit more about ritual or ways in which we can work with water on a regular basis? And are there certain times or days to keep in mind when you do that?
Yeah, and it's also about the vibrations of your voices. When you're speaking to water, they react to it. And like you're saying with the showers, that's perfect, because it's also about how it's going to come into your body. If we're always thinking about it's polluted, it does react to that. So yeah, definitely. And so like with Rannveig, this is one of my favorite things about Rannveig is her chanting and her vocals. When we meet waters and waterfalls, she answers this with her whole body and being and spirit. And we're quite wild like that. We are very vocal because we can feel how it moves everything around us, all the elements. And so singing to the waters.
And it's
right?
beautiful.
Yeah,
that's it's right. And like so me and Tanya, we do monthly ocean ceremonies on full moon, and we some of us, that are really connected to the waters. And at one time we were just standing there in prayer, all of us, and doing our personal thing and giving offerings to the ocean. And then at one point I took a look and I saw really a bright, beautiful energy in a little bit into the sea. And I just started to walk straight to it and into the sea. And then another water person like me came from the beach, and we were just going from different kind and really were laughing so hard, and just seeing and walking into this beautiful spot of, oh my God, bliss in this way. There are many, many ways that you can really do ceremonies with water. But like, and then I go again into Dr. Moto, with to say love, to say peace, and put under the water bottles, the glasses that you are going to drink, oh, I want to drink courage today. I need that, and then you put courage, under that. So that is kind of one of the simplest way. And it is so simple. remember that it is so simple. It is with your thought. And also because of it is so simple, then it might be a good idea to watch your thoughts, and to put something nice into the waters that you are drinking. But I wanted to to do you, Tanya, and the vulva that you are, and the connection that you have with a big one. At one point she came, we were sitting by the river, one river here in Iceland at Helgufoss waterfall. And so what the vulva said, so I'm going to translate it, it is in Icelandic here.
I didn't know this existed. Oh my God.
No, okay, yeah, it is in Icelandic here, but okay, so I'm gonna translate it a bit. Okay, so the vulva says here, I'm just going to tell you that we have a window now where there are a lot of changes going on. If there has been some time to work good deeds, and then it is now. You are birthing a new world. You are putting down the lines for the world that we are creating right now. Don't we want to go back to the times where the woman was a healer, where the man talked to the grandmothers before they went to war? No one knows better than the grandma and the mother nature. When the man really want the mother power to, when the men really want to have the mother nature, they are choosing themselves and their own beautiful nature, and then the balance will be there. For the next 6 years, I think it is 1 year ago that this was written down. So for the next 6 years, there will be a lot of wakening up, and we are working with the unconscious mind of people, and the unconscious mind will be put together. There are many that are reacting to this unconsciousness, but other people are not connected with it, and they don't know what they are going to do. That is why it is so important to connect ourselves and the nature. And there comes the water again. To connect with the female and the male inside of us, where they both are, and all and nothing. This is what is happening now. To find yourself as a being, unique being that you are, and there are many people that are doing just this, and that is beautiful. But even those beautiful people need to work with their thoughts and the communication. It is really important to look at to have a good unconscious, conscious. The more people that are working with the nature, the better we are off. And then the vulva said, I get a picture of plastic. And there's a lot of talking about plastic now. I really feel good about that conversation. That is exactly an example for the unconscious mind that is working up there. So people are learning from inside. People don't like to be acting like they have been acting with the nature anymore. They really want to be individuals that are choosing to do the right thing, to be able to choose. I am happy to help you. You are walking this path, the path of wisdom, wisdom of nature, wisdom of eruption. You are where I am. And we shall not, let's not forget the stars. those stars are inside of your bodies as well, and connecting from the stars with your bodies. So, and there comes the water again, like I was talking about before, with the breaths, with everything. So the vulva is coming, with this again, with the breaths, and with, so it's so the information is coming from all over, but it is, and it's good that it's coming from this point and this point, because we need to listen to the information and let the information come in, so me, Rannveig, can understand them, and you, Olivia, can understand them in your special way. So we need to have them in a beautiful way. So thank you, beautiful vulva.
Oh, I've never heard this before.
Whew.
And I'm sorry, I just started crying because
I'm gonna send it to you in Icelandic.
yeah. And you did really good translating it like that, because I know she speaks in poetry.
Yeah.
But it's like all the work that I do with you always brings me crying in the most beautiful ways. Every time we meet by the ocean, people instantly start crying as soon as they hit the beach. And it's very intimate, it's very vulnerable and beautiful and strong. And yeah, because I also read here, they were wondering what's the difference like with the fresh water and with the salt water. And when we're by the ocean, it's always like, oof, so powerful, because we're with that body of ocean, I suppose, and just the way it works through you, Rannveig, it's intense. Yeah. But yeah, I was like, whew.
Yeah, so we're talking about the ocean and the waters. So there was, I stumbled up on a story. There was a ship named Laura that went down, and they were able to go on an oar boat. Some of the people were, rescued, but they were far out in the sea. This is from 1918 that I read about this story, and they were not they didn't have anything with them. They didn't have the water. They didn't have anything. But so the story says that, but they thought they used their intention to talk to the water and really say, because they couldn't, of course, drink the water from the sea, but they were really going with the intention to just bring the water up so we can drink the water and not the salt, so it will be good for us. And then after a time, the water changed, and they saw, it was different and was bubbling up. And then they took just easily and, and really carefully, and they drank. So this is what the story said. And I love this story, and this is something that is truly present in my world. And I would love to make this scientific experiment, like it is in this story, because this is something that can totally be true, in my world.
Kai had asked at some point too, if is it possible to take water, and I think they mentioned specifically from the river, but this could probably also apply to the ocean. Can you take that water away from the source as a healing for someone, or in your home to allow the spirits of that water, specifically those spirits, to have a place in the home somehow?
This is what I do. I take the water and I say it again, ask the water, ask the spirits at the place, and see if it is a good water. And I have a whole bar at my home, here at my home, with many rivers, and I have had it here for all those years, and the bar is getting bigger. And then I do it like this, and maybe I'm talking about thinking about you, Olivia, and I do it like this and take one of the rivers and I pour it into a glass and then another one, and they blend together, and I have the text about what the river is about and the messages, you know. And then maybe I ask to put an extra stone into the water, you know, and do an extra prayer, you know, for you. And then I will give you this water to take. So this is what I do with my healing clients, you know. And I also take this water to, you know, you can clean with this water, you know, and then you have it like this. You can spray with it. So use your imagination with all that you can. But this is what I do. It is like, so I am a flower essence therapist, and this is really how it started, you know, because so this flower is to help you to reduce anger. This flower is to help you to bring more joy, and it is the same thing with the rivers. They have, you know, they help you to really dig out the dirt, bring in the light, you know, in all kinds of ways. So that is kind of and that is kind of the list that I am going to bring forth with all those rivers. And it is not only here in Iceland, of course, you know, but we are lucky that it is the rivers are pure here. But I would love to come and travel to you when we can travel more, you know, and bring waters, you know, and then put it into, you know, wherever. Tanya has been really good at taking the water, you know, just all over Reykjavik to some waters that I have been giving her, and she brings the water to downtown, and you know, and does something like this. Yeah, with your own personal.
That's
Yeah.
beautiful. Yeah.
Mm.
Does anyone else have any questions or thoughts or personal experiences related to working with water? It looks like Hillary has a follow-up on Emily's question. About beings within or associated with water. So I know that Tanya mentioned specifically like some ideas about working differently with fresh or saltwater spirits, but I guess specifically the spirits they're asking about. So the spirits that inhabit fresh water versus the spirit in salt water. Do you find that you have to work with them differently, or are they similar to each other, etc.?
They are different, of course. Like us people are really different, and so they are also. And some of them are not of the same kind, of course, you know, but they differ a lot, you know. There are really a lot of beings, nature beings that are here and that I have come in contact with. And some of them live in the water, but many of them live on the riverbanks, you know, or a bit further or up in the mountains. So when people are asking me, so do you talk to the water spirits? Of course I do that. I talk to the water spirits. But it is more for me about that connection that water gives you, the opportunity of this connection with all the spirits in the other realms through the water. That is kind of what I've been doing. Using the water has been teaching me to work in this easy, accessible way to talk to all that live there. Like, for example, if you are moving to a new place and there is a river close by, and you're thinking about moving to this place or this place, then you can go to the river and really get to know the place and talk to the ancestors of the place. And see, yes, you're really, you know, really welcome, and see if it fits, you know, as well. So you can really connect in that way as well. I hope I'm not babbling too much.
No, you're not babbling. At the beginning, you were talking about how there was some work done that showed that water is impacted by everything around it, the plants and the animals and humans, and so it has been shown that the molecules actually do change in relation to that input or impact. I was thinking about memory, and how does water hold memory? If they're being impacted, is there sort of a collective memory that the water holds? I don't know if.
Yeah, but so I read that from some scientists that within every water memory cell there are 440,000 memory panels. So this is what the scientists have found out. So the water is like a computer. Has a computer memory. So in every water memory cell, 440,000 memory panels. So
That's incredible.
That is a lot. So the ability of the water, it's such a amazing, and the scientists also say, the more that we know about the water, we are realizing that we don't know anything at all, like with other things as well, of course, but still, and that is a good thing. That is a good thing that they are realizing that they don't know anything at all.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, no. So that brings, the humility, so let's be humble.
Kai, related to that actually, but Kai asks, do you make a differentiation between water and other elemental spirits? And if so, is that based on the ideas of classical elements or the experience of the landscape or something else? Or is it like the Japanese idea that water carries memory unique from the other four elements?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, Kai, maybe I don't know if you're willing to jump on and kind of clarify.
Can you talk to me?
So, like, you're talking about water spirits. Is it water as in like classical Greek elements? There's fire spirits, there's earth spirits, there's air spirits, or is it like water because there is water in the landscape, so other spirits might be land or trees? Or is it water because of, in Japanese and Shinto philosophy, the 5 elements each have a different function within the soul, and water is the one that carries memory?
Well, I don't know about those studies or anything, but I connect with the water in everything. I connect with the water, under the, under the earth. I connect with the water, in the stones, and so I connect with them in all that, but I'm not grasping. I'm sorry. Can you understand? Tanya, can you?
Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking about this also, and like, yeah, it's a good question. I think if I understand it right, yeah, it's like if we're talking about separate elements, I talked to the fire about the water, and then the fire told me, well, the water's in the fire. And I'm like, okay, I had to think about that. And then I thought about it. It's all within each other, but it can also be seen as different body parts, like the bones can be like, no, the stones can be like a bone structure and carry more like a DNA kind of vibe. Water can carry the memory. The wind is carrying messages from spirit, and it's connected to our mood. Like in the Norse mythology, when we speak of Ymir, it was one being that carried all of this within it, but then it was taken apart to create a whole world. But it's all connected in one source. So they can interact with each other, and like watching the fire, you can also see the steam. And in Iceland, it's especially so because she's one body, and we have a glacier that is volcanic, you know, for instance, and the rivers come out and cause floods, and it just continues like that and changes the bone structure of the landscape, and the ashes changes the landscape too. And the wind is like our temper, our mood. And one of my favorite stones, I was telling you about Rannveig, remember, the Djúpalón pearls, black pearls. It's a beach very close to Snæfellsjökull, which is a volcanic mountain that is featured in Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of Earth. There was an eruption there once that pushed these rock elements from deep down into the earth and through the lava and through the air and then to the ocean, and where the waves there were always rolling and topping it and creating this like lava pearls that are very light, and it has all the elements in it. And like when you're speaking to that, you can speak to all of the elements at once. It's been everywhere. Is
Thank
this,
you for, yeah.
is
I think
this
so. Thank you. Yeah, I think so. Isn't it?
Kai?
I didn't hear what you said.
No way.
Just the last little question is this. No, I heard everything else.
Oh. I was like, fuck you, man. No joke.
No, okay, so now so this is what I'm saying, you know, I didn't understand the question. So let's have someone else to, you know, tell me, you know, in other words. So this is so wonderful. But now I understand it, what you were asking about. And I actually, you know, I see inside myself. So I have both the fire and the water inside of me, you know, of course the other elements as well, you know, but still that is kind of the strongest. So I have those fires, blue fires, water fire that is inside of me. So that is, and I don't know how to grasp it into words. I just feel it and I know it, like I told you before. So that is how I sense and just know things. But I really want to talk about as well because of the melting ice. So there is an elder, a really respected elder in Greenland, and his name is Angang. And we, you know, we have been in contact with him, and he has been working with the United Nations, and he, you know, for many, many years. He's really respected all over the world, this man. And he is saying that let the melting ice melt your hearts and let the wisdom come in, you know, from the melting ice. So that is what he is saying. I think it's so beautiful. People are talking about, you know, oh, this is so bad, everything is melting, oh, this is a disaster. And then of course it is, you know, we need to protect and be careful and good with our mother, with the earth. But it also is coming with a great knowledge from the melting ice. And they come with those signs that I sometimes sing, and I sometimes I write them. So yes, you can add something to Kai. So yeah, so the symbols that I am really, you know, I write those symbols, and they come from the fairies, and they come from the waters, and so that is one of the other things that I can say about some rituals that can be done with the water. So you listen to it, and you have some images that come to you, maybe just a line and a dot and then a curve, or you know, whatever, and then you have a symbol of that water, of that river, your personal symbol of that river, and then you have a picture, you have a connection with the drinking, you know, and you have a connection with everything around it. So there are so many things that you can combine together, you know, be creative with it.
I just wanted to add, just to say to Kai that I don't feel that you can apply sort of Greco-Roman classical understanding of the elements or the elementals to Icelandic heathenry or understanding. So it's the same as classicists have tried to do to Anglo-Saxon heathenry. They're so different, they're so polarized. And the same with the Irish deities and the Irish paganism, that the understanding of the water and the spirits of the water, it's not just spirits of the water is enspirited. So the water, it is enspirited within itself. It doesn't have like just little sort of spirits in there. The whole world has spirit. And I think it's sometimes very hard for classicists to try and apply that's kind of the Greco-Roman classicist idea to this understanding. I think you just have to listen and understand and believe, and then sort of try and apply it yourself.
Well, I find that, you know, especially with the 13th century grimoire traditions, classicist ideas have mixed in with continental and Icelandic ideas about magic. And the Greek classicists stick their fingers in everything, it seems, as we get to modern magic. So I just wondered where that influence was, or if it was, you know, more landscape experience based instead of, unfortunately, the four humors that picked up these elemental names in translation as we moved into modern English.
We don't even know about that stuff.
I think you not know about it.
I think, yeah, we're talking more just landscape and that. But I'm interested, like, to know about that stuff just for curiosity, for conversation, and knowing the vocabulary. That's very nice. Thank you, Kai, for just introducing it to us.
Thank you.
And Linda, you helped me figure out what was kind of happening too. So
That was actually good. You guys brought it full circle. So
yeah, awesome.
Exactly. Thank
so
you.
we're right at 11, and I think it's a good moment to sort of transition on to our next session. So I want to say many, many thanks to Rannveig for all of your wisdom and all of the information that you had to offer and your personal experiences, and Tanya also for what you were contributing as well, and all the people that ask really great questions. So we're gonna, you're welcome to stay on, or if you have to take off, then, you know, that's fine too. But we're gonna actually, it was kind of perfect that Linda should pop in right there with that insight, because
exactly.
Actually transition right over to Linda.
Yeah, I look forward to it. So thank you all so much, you know, for everything.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Look forward to listen to you, Linda.
Yes.
I need to be made host so I can put my PowerPoint up.
Yeah, so Hillary, if you're
there, I need to know how to do it as well.
Well, so Linda, if you look at the bottom of your Zoom screen, can you see a little green button that says share screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So just click that, and then it'll give you an option of what you want to share. Like if you want to share, if you already, you have to pull your presentation up or your notes. If that's what you want to do.
Can you see that?
I think it's coming now. Yes.
Okay, right. So I'll stop share for now, and then.
So Dr. Linda Sever is going to and with women, witches, witchcraft, and magic in Anglo-Saxon England, and she'll take us right up to our lunch break. So have at it and dive in, Linda, whenever you're ready.
And beyond. It's Sever, by the way, not Sever.
Sorry, Sever.
All right, everybody gets it wrong. At least you're not called me Sewer, which some people tend to. I've got called Sewer, Severe, Seven.
I was worried I was going to get Rannveig's wrong, and I actually got Linda's last name wrong.
It's the easiest one. So I'll just say a bit about myself. I'm Irish. I'm born and bred and did my undergraduate study in Ireland. So I'm Irish, and I now live in the UK. I'm a senior lecturer or professor, as I think you say in the States, at a university over here, the University of Central Lancashire. And I'm also a heathen, so I'm very lucky to have the combination of the two. I give academic papers as well as being a practitioner. So I'm a practitioner of, as we say, in the Old English is Seith, but Sedra. But my intention is to try and find the earliest sources for the practice of Seith in the UK or in the British Isles, and see the difference and try and practice that difference. And I also run workshops in runes, but working with the Anglo-Saxon runes, and primarily. So I have the practitioner's aspect as well as hopefully the On the academic side, a lot of my research has been around landscape, primarily because I came from Ireland, lived in France, and then came to the UK, and I wanted to connect to the landscape. And as an academic, one of the things I tried to do is bring the both together, incorporate the two into sort of ethnography and landscape history and geography, etc. So this, what I'm doing talking today is just a little bit of a diversion, but also partly sort of linked together. So this is the combination, and excuse it, my paper is now up to 7,000 words, so I'm going to have to cut this down. So it's a combination of 3 bits of research that I've done. One is into evidence of magical practices within Anglo-Saxon, pre-Christian Anglo-Saxon society, evidence of witches, women as witches, and then practices of witchcraft. And then also I had some case studies, but I've cut those out. The case studies of the women will just take us too long. So it's really been sort of looking at what was there and then what was stopped, because very quickly the Anglo-Saxons became Christianized, unlike what happened in Iceland. So I'm going to go down to my sharing screen and see if this works. Okay, and can people see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I mean, so I can. I need to move people so I can see the screen. Okay. So no one in Anglo-Saxon England would have distinguished and medicine in the way that we do today. So a study into magic and those credited with supernatural healing powers is as much about the early medicine as it is about those with magical powers. Because of the lack of information from the art history, anthropology, and literary sources to glean forever. And the rituals of magic are as hard to determine as are the practices of those whom we regard as more conventional doctors, sick and infirm from that period. And the archaeological and literary evidence is just as difficult to interpret. Obscure Old English and Latin texts. So having said this, there are some who attempted this. Some years ago, I attended the annual conference of the Manchester Centre for Anglo-Saxon Studies. I forgot early medieval art history from the University of Manchester, and I studied under Gail Owen Crocker, who has written, very lucky, she's written books on the rites and religions of the primarily around textiles and textile history. So I was so the theme for the this conference that year was superstition and popular medicine in England. And the conference at which I attended, the paper was so beset with problems that the organisers vowed they would never talk about the supernatural again, and could barely speak when they gave their papers. And then, as in many conferences, the whole technology failed. Picking and asking Woden that sort of today wouldn't be the same. But in the last week, my Mac, I spilt wine on it and my MacBook just stopped working. And then the Surface Pro that I used for work, the keyboard stopped working. So I ended up writing it on an old Toshiba laptop. So I'm hoping nothing blows up today. The purpose of this paper is to discuss and assess some of the evidence myself and other academics have gathered, which connects Anglo-Saxon women and any kind of supernatural dealings outside of religion, except that to do with individual cases of witchcraft, which I've left out of this lecture. To begin, I should give an introduction, I suppose, to the... So let me move on to the next slide. Okay. So following the departure of the last Roman soldiers from Britain in 410 CE, a new group of people crossed the North Sea now known as the Anglo-Saxons. They were a mix of tribes from, as you can see there. The three biggest were the Angles. We just wanted this on. Were the Angles, the Saxons, and the Jutes. And the land they settled in became known as Angland or England. And the Anglo-Saxon age in Britain was from around 410 to probably 1066 with the Battle of Hastings, the full Anglo-Saxon period. Germanic migrants who settled in Britain in the 5th century were heathens. In the end of the 6th century, missionaries from Rome and Ireland converted the rulers of the Anglo-Saxon kingdom to Christianity, sometimes through bribery, but mainly through force and threat of death. Little is known about the Anglo-Saxon heathen practices, mainly from place names and archaeological evidence. So there are names which are quite obviously named after Woden, and names after Frigga and Sunor, but also we sort of kept the words like Woden's Day, and Woden's Forth is a place in Middle England. The evidence is sort of there in the place name. So this is a bit slightly later. So this is when it became Christianized, or it was mainly Christianized. You have Northumbria, Kent, Wessex were the main areas. I currently live in Mercia and Northumbria is where I'm currently giving this paper from. So it's in the sort of the north of England. Heathenry was focused around a belief in the deities, the same as all heathenry, known as the Essa, the same as the Essia, but the Essa. The most prominent of these deities was Woden, either prominent. So the interesting with Woden, especially with polytheists, we have no written evidence or no evidence that he ever gave up his eye. But just in very recent times, an archaeological find has discovered a small artifact to Woden, which has got its eye poked out. So there looks like there's some interest crossover, and there is some evidence of him being one-eyed, but up until very recently, there's nothing in any textual evidence or archaeological evidence. And so other prominent gods included Thunor, who is Thor, and Tyr, who is, as Tyr was. There was also belief in a variety of other supernatural entities which inhabited the landscape, including elves, Nikor, who are shape-shifting water spirits, and dragons, all of those with evidence for in art historical artifacts. Cultic practices largely revolved around demonstrations of devotion, including sacrifice of inanimate objects and animals to these deities, particularly at certain religious festivals during the year. There's some evidence for the although other cultic spaces might have been open air, would have included trees and megaliths. And mounds, the Anglo-Saxons seem to be very keen on holding rituals around burial mounds, and we have a lot of archaeological evidence which shows they appropriated Bronze Age and Iron Age burial mounds for their cultic practices, but also for reburial of little is about conceptions of an afterlife, although such beliefs likely influenced funerary practices in which the dead were either inhumed or cremated, typically with a selection of a bit more later. The belief system also likely included ideas about magic and witchcraft as a form of shamanism. And I'm saying it could be classified because obviously it's so early, we haven't really, it's that continuity, unlike continuity, unless you can look for tiny bits of evidence of when it went underground and later medieval shamanic elements in them. So the rest of this is I'm going to dedicate to the discussion of the evidence of witchcraft and magical practices in Anglo-Saxon England, although the documentary sources are from the conversion period. I'll talk about those in a bit. So tainted with that negative view because it was Christians who wrote about those literary evidence. So the earliest evidence of witchcraft and magic is archaeological. The excavation of settlements can tell us little about folklore, customs and superstition, as opposed to practice of more established religions. So we're restricted here to speculation about certain objects found in the graves of pagan and early Christian women of the 5th to 8th centuries, around about that time, which had been buried with them as part of their normal clothing or accessories, as was the custom. So I've got 3 kinds of which may indicate a connection between early Anglo-Saxon women and magic. So the first one is crystal balls. Now they're really interesting. I have a replica of one, which when I put the screen back on, I will show you. But these are some examples of crystal balls that are in women's graves. And if you're going back to this map, most of them have been found, if you look around the bottom, around Kent, Essex and East Anglia. So that's the concentration of the finds that I'm going to talk about. So these are all from that period, and they were hung. They were in metal slings, and they were typically silver, and they would have been hung from the waist on a long band. Date from the late 5th century, which is the first one that you can see there, the dirtier one. They look remarkable, don't they, for such an ancient artifact, and it's something that we could probably wear, which some people do these days. Confined to the far south of England, as I've just said, but also Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. The Isle of Wight, the southeast of the coast of England. And we've also got some Christian period examples, and they're a bit more widely distributed, particularly in East Anglia, which I've just shown you, which is a bit. The women who owned them were rich, therefore of high status, and sometimes perhaps even royal. Found in Germanic graves on more than 50 sites across the breadth of Europe, but most frequently in the area of Rhineland and northern France. Burials, but one unmounted was the grave of a late 5th century Frankish king, the Childeric of Tournai in Belgium, and another formed a centerpiece of Szilágyi Somlyó, which is in Hungary. You can see that one there, and the crystal balls are down at the bottom with the including amber, and you'd have been able to see inclusions in them. So I reflected. It's doubtful that these crystal balls were used for clairvoyance, because clairvoyance using crystal balls didn't really become popular in Western Europe before the 14th century at the earliest. They may have been used to make fire, because they would concentrate the sun's rays in the ways that magnifying glass, or as suggested by Audrey Meany, who did a big study into magical amulets. If you can, we'll provide a sources, references for all these later. But Audrey Meany suggested they could have been used as curing stones, so you dip them into water and then be given to sick humans and animals to drink. And the second one here, and this is only belonging to the early Christian period, are small cylindrical called pyxides, or amulet or relic or thread or work boxes. And they were chains, which are long chains from women's waists, and contained threads, scraps of cloth, and sometimes medicinal purpose. These boxes were carefully made and sometimes decorated, like you can see on the hand side. Scholars believe they're too elaborate to just be sewing kits, and also because of the tiny size. Deteriorated in the boxes, so it's ruled out that they were sewing boxes. Some of the little scraps of cloth found in them are of really high quality, possibly from a hem, or one had coloured embroidery in, and they don't look as if they were used as to patch up clothes. So may be something linked to saints' relics or other magical reasons. We've got evidence of not identical, but some other objects similar found in the continent, particularly in France. And in the ones in France, some of them contain vegetable substances which can be recognized. And though they include a stem of aromatic chamomile, leaves of henbane, cloves, date nuts, umbellifer seeds, and the roots of a rush. The English ones haven't got so many herbs in. The most interesting find so far in a box from Barton-on-Humber. Barton-on-Humber is in the far north of England on the borders. All vegetables would have had their place in early medieval pharmacopoeia, so probably for herbs. So you could ask the question, were they carried as medication? And if these women were herbal practitioners to their graves, or could they be a symbol of a woman's role as healer of the family? There's no evidence that there was working objects in there for working magical, but it's highly likely, as do some other scholars. And it does throw light on the pre-option women to actually have these little boxes and carry them around. Here you can see an Anglo-Saxon grave. This is in late 5th century. The reason I'm showing you this is if you see, look at the left leg, and underneath the left leg you can see a ring and some artifacts. Here, most pertinently, in some Anglo-Saxon women, a group of artifacts were found and have been found in quite a few of them, buried outside the left leg, hung from the girdle. They usually tend to be found at the left leg. It include a piece of broken glass, rings of bronze and iron often linked together, something which is at least 100 years old when that person, like a found object or an objet trouvé, and then something of animal substance. Similar collections have been found amongst virtually all the heathen Germanic tribes on the continent, and it seemed to belong to a tradition that actually goes back beyond in Northern Europe. And the most frequently discussed English collection is from Purwell Farm in Cassington in Oxfordshire. This is in a grave belonging to a later pagan period. Here the woman was laid to rest with a bronze strap, and that was at least 100 years old when she was buried. 2 boar's teeth, 1 pierced, a fragment of glass, a collection of circular things, a bronze ring threaded with a loop of bronze wire, 3 discs, 1 bone, 1 iron, 1 lead, a disc-headed bronze rivet, an iron ring, and a rolled up length of iron wire. And these are just some of the things that were found buried by her left leg. So it's very intriguing to wonder. And we can only really, it really does point to the fact that these objects would have been really important during her life and magical tools. I'll talk a little bit more about tools in a bit. And then there's a comparable discovery dated from around 700 CE in Orsterton, Essex. You can see this is a reproduction of how this burial would have looked. She would have been a very high status woman, and she's got a variety. And if you can't see on this, but underneath her left leg, there were some things that were buried too. A group of objects consisting of 2 copper alloy pieces from 7th century hanging bowl, 3 more iron rings of varying size, an iron guard mount from a knife, bead of lignite or kimmered shell, an iron chatelaine of 7th century type, and they'd all been tied up really tightly and plaited into a bag, a very finely checked textile. Still just see the check of the textile, and it had been put inside the coffin, but underneath her pelvis. Suggested in his paper on grave goods that it may have been to not attract attention. Also, maybe as a magical piece, the religious authorities who buried her, because she would have been an early Christian, wouldn't have approved of it. Family would have wanted these tools and these items buried with her. I'm just diverting a little bit now to Oakington. A few years ago, I was very lucky to attend some of the archaeological dig at Oakington in Cambridgeshire, which has now been recognised, and the papers are still being written on this, so here's a bit hot off the press. It's the pre-Christian Anglo-Saxon cemetery that's been found in England, and it consists of 126 burials. All of them, apart from one, are women. So it's 125 women, one man. The earliest is a dog buried inside the cemetery, and one of the main finds was a woman whose head was red. So she was buried with a cow. And many of the graves, as you can see in this picture, are multiple graves. This was two sisters. First of all, it was thought it would be a daughter and a granddaughter, but it's actually two sisters and a child who belonged to the one of the sisters, the sister that's name. But the interesting thing about Oakington, as I was there and they were digging it up, one of the graves, and it's on my photographs, but I couldn't get it to transfer, was of a woman buried with a whole load of tools all the way around, not just on her left leg, it was a circle of tools. And one of the theories about Oakington is that cultic site, but also for midwives. So women would from the Oakington to this place either to give birth or at the end of their lives to be buried. And the woman buried with all the tools would have been either a midwife, sorceress, the magical practitioner there, the shaman. And of course in these days both would be interchangeable. The midwives would also have been shamanic practitioners. But it's really interesting to see buried around her in full view because it was a pre-Christian grave. But the other interesting thing is that the grave, the actual was found, is next to the current day cemetery, and nobody knew until this old cemetery existed. Almost like psychically people knew where to put their current day bodies, and it was next to this old Anglo-Saxon cemetery. So that's just a slide to answer questions about Oakington, if anybody wants to hear. Just stop and shout if you want. Right, so what could have these bits of junk been used for? These things that were found. Myers suggests that they served as a medium of exchange. They could have been exchanged for things. To the animal substances and the linked rings you couldn't have separated. So, there are loads of possibilities with magic. The objects could have been simple amulets carried for good luck or magical protection. Perhaps they were protecting against it. This here, that's a closer image of the rings that were found by the left leg. Gregory of Tours, who is very prominent in the wanting to torture and give penance and get rid of women as witches. He obviously hated women and witchcraft. He wrote that a late 6th century bishop of Paris declared all these things to be instruments of witchcraft, and he had them all thrown into the river. So though the collection Gregory about doesn't correspond to some of the English groups in detail, there's an overall similarity which may have been more pronounced before some of these were perishable. Just going back, that's some amulets from a female grave in Kent in the 7th century. Again, you could probably buy those on Etsy these days, source replicas. And Gilton was very noticeable by these Stunar's hammers or Thor's hammers. And the reason it's very noticeable is because most of the Mulnir or the Thor's hammers were not evident until Viking period. So even though people said it was in response to Christians wearing the cross, that's not necessarily the case, because here this is just kind of pre-conversion into conversion, and we've got So that argument for, oh, they just respond to Christian crosses isn't necessarily the case. Gilton is in Kent, so I showed you that on the map. Right, yeah. Why am I mentioning this? Why am I looking at the obeah mums? So the bags, there's a general similarity to these obeah man spell bags. I'm not saying that, but it's just a general similarity in the look of them. Obey is a system of spiritual healing and justice making in the West Indies. And also some strange ingredients within them of Tostile charms in Madagascar. So it's a possibility, but not necessarily. So closer to home, as coffee or silk bag containing diabolical things, as was written by Tors, include and feet of toads and moles, and that was found amongst the possessions of Adam de Stratton in 1289. Find any images or drawings or anything of Adam, so he's been sort of wiped off visual history. On its account, Adam was considered a sorcerer. Or it might have been that the bags were used in a conjuration of spirits. In 1311, some pretend to invoke spirits in nails and mirrors, in stones and rings. Anglo-Saxon women with a strange collection of objects were diviners, many of whom have a collection of differing things, each of which has a symbolic meaning or meanings special to them. The answer to queries posed to them was given objects lie in relation to each other. Now, I went to Peru some years ago, and there was quite similar. Some of the Peruvian Inca women, they have collections of objects. At Cocali, if you ask for your fortune, they will just cast them and then look at them and read them, give you information. So it could be, I'm suggesting that it could fit with this, that these Anglos told the future, and they cast them and then would read from them. So it's an archaeological phenomenon because of parallels from around the medieval or modern world. Some evidence from the Christian period, so to see whether women acted as diviners or conjurers of spirits or magicians. And that takes us to the penitentials. Okay, so I'll talk about penitentials in a minute in case you don't know them, what they are. So the Anglo-Saxons took witchcraft really seriously, as we've seen. Before the advent of Christianity, the witch wasn't necessarily a negative part of society. She could have been the characteristics of a fertility goddess, a prophetess, a priestess, a healer, or a person who was skilled in beneficent magic. In Indo-European society, women were the cultivators of the soil. They took an active role in the production of food and the nourishment of their people. As cultivators and gatherers, they became specialists in herbal remedies and poisons. One can still see manifestations of this type of social activity in the Middle Ages and later. Women were often midwives and practitioners of folk medicine. Fertility in nature has long been associated with feminine deities. Women were associated with lunar symbolism. The moon was also a symbol of death, though, so thus the fertility goddess was often a dualistic nature. She could be the giver of life or death. The dualism of fertility deities is quite explicit in Greek religions. Hecate was sometimes benevolent and sometimes sinister, for example. The survival of the witch figure in culture and society. The herbalist could be a poisoner or healer. The priestess could prophesy doom or prosperity. A woman could metamorphose into a docile or terrifying animal. Christianity, a shift in perception occurred. No longer was the witch viewed as a positive part of society, but as a negative and evil influence. The most exaggerated characteristic, sex in the pagan world was part of the cycle of life and fertility, and was not necessarily synonymous with viewed a celebration of fertility as lewd and pagan and tried to stamp out this heathen influence. Women in the Judeo-Christian tradition being viewed as lascivious. Eve offered Adam the fruit and doomed the future of mankind. The church fathers, instead of following the teachings of their Christ, who viewed men and women as equal, who tended to see women as weak and filled with sexual desire. In secular and ecclesiastical law codes. They preached against it in homilies and saints' lives. They condemned it in penitentials, pastoral letters. So you can see that's on the left is one of the penitentials. These are some of the things. So where they list a crime, and then they on the right hand side they list the punishment. So if a man sleeps with another man's wife, then he must give penitential for 1 winter. He sleeps with his mother, it's 12 years. His sister, 12 years. Very. So the extermination of heathenry and paganism was reckoned to be coronation and of witchcraft. In his coronation of 975, St Dunstan told Edward and possibly Ethelred, a Christian king to suppress witches and witchcraft. So the earliest sources are, which proved quite difficult in some of the cases to read. I'll try. Penitentials are handbooks of priests setting out these various kinds of sins and the amount of penance required. And really to know how bad some things were considered by them. You know, so if you kill another man in revenge, you've got 3 winters, but if you kill another man in war, it's if you drink your own urine, you've got a year's penance, feces a year, wife naked, all these things by obviously all men, all these sort of by that very severe early Christianity.
Like when it says the punishment is fasting or a winter, or like what were the, it's not the whole day every day, but
yeah, it's also not just fasting. You were and things like a sackcloth. You were fasting. You were left out, locked in places, or left outside. And you were wrapped in something almost like one of those jackets, that straight jacket. Not allowed to have. They didn't have water or drink or anything.
That mostly
they would die basically. It also depends. See, these are the punishments, but it also depends how much you ask for forgiveness. So sometimes it'd be 1 winter, unless you did so much penance, you would say so many prayers or gifts. But one of the main things was, it depends how much you would give back to the church, give back to the priest. So if you, yes, you've killed a man in revenge, you've got 3 winters of fasting. However, if you've got the money, that can be reduced to maybe just a day. No, it was all very sort of provisionary. And of course, people were the ones who suffered. They were the ones who couldn't afford to, couldn't, you know, you see here, you can say you're sorry or wash before church and things like this, but you ones that the poorer people got, and the ones who were still at this point practicing witch to kill them anyway. They just wanted to get rid of them. So is that okay? Is that yeah? Okay. So some sins are specifically stated to be idolatrous, like witchcraft, but sometimes it's you know, they deduce that a magical ritual was the cause of a disapproval, even if it might not have been the ecclesiastical people. So this is one of the penitentials at Tarsa. You can find translations of these online, and he very much wrote quite a bit about penitential of interest. Theodore, he was a native of Tarsus in Turkey, came to England at the end of the 7th century, around about 667 to 690. He gave various judgments concerning, and were told in answer to specific queries. And then, so people would ask him about, is this a case of witchcraft? he would reply all the time, and then it would become later what's known as codified, so they were written into codexes. So he could just say, and they would then take that as the truth and write it down. So he was even more distant from the Anglo-Saxon practice. So he disapproved of probably more than possibly some of the more indigenous priests would have done. Belonging to the same period as the early penitentials, or a little later, these various glosses. Glosses helped to establish the basic vocabulary of Saxon witchcraft, superstition and magic, because they're used to clarify the meaning of Latin words at this time. But they're also glossaries to the secular laws, as well as rules. However, only King Alfred's late 9th century code as anything which connects witchcraft specifically with women and not the laws themselves. But from the 11th century, like Pseudo Egbert. There's two actually, and they're a bit confusing. One's known as the Confession of Pseudo Egbert, and the other one is known as just the Pseudo Egbert Confessional, and they're two different ones. But what these do, in Old English, that's the Schriftbook. It uses much older sources, so it's referring to quite early sources, for even though it is sort of a bit later. And the Penitential of Pseudo Egbert, which is this one, is very interesting because it uses mainly Frankish sources, but has a connection with Aelfric, who was the greatest of the Old English writers, prose stylists. And Aelfric wrote a lot about idolatrous practices, and I'm going to talk about him and his on-auguries in a bit more detail later. There's Wulstan. The penitentials in Old English and their manuscripts have strong links with Bishop Wulstan, who in his homilies and in the laws he wrote for Ethelred the Unready and for Canute, often denounced pagan and magical practices. However, he rarely directs his denunciation specifically against either women or men, although he does make use of women, of words that refer to women, such as Valkyrie, Witcher, and Incantatrice, all words specifically used for women. There are a few remedies which seem to involve women and very harmless kind of magic, which were copied into manuscripts in the late 10th or early 11th centuries, nearly all charms to help with. One in particular is presumed to be English. I'll talk about those in a bit, maybe pre-Christian. So one thing that we is the basic vocabulary for witches, sorcerers and magicians in Old English. Christine Fell legend in her book on Anglo-Saxon women to a discussion of pagan women, of female deities, elves and monsters such as Gren. Here she says there are other terrible and terrifying women about whom we know little more. Old English offers us Valkyria, Witcher, Hegtessa and Boruna. And then she goes on to say it's probably an ally in the 20th century, that's when it was written. Because in our 20th century mind, we've got a clear distinction between supernatural powers and immortals and gifted mortals like wizards and devils. But in the Anglo-Saxon, very clear cut. So I'm going to just take a brief look at the four words. So the first word she uses is Boruna. The most confusing of all because it's not really found in anywhere else beyond what Aelfric and Theodore wrote. So we've not got many sources of it. And it's, Fell says it's made up, and it's of various words, it's really confusing. So it's made up of the word Bor, B-U-R-G, settlement, town or city, and of course Runa, which is a feminine gender word, skilled in mysteries or secrets. And she asks, can we assume that a Boruna was originally some kind of temple priestess or wise woman of a community? However, in the glosses, translations from Old English to Latin, the word only occurs in glosses as being used to translate the term fury, and parkai, meaning the fates. So this image of the Furies, that's there. And it's because disparate concepts that Fell finds it so puzzling. But it could be that the Anglo-Saxons had only one concept for furies and for fates, and balls beat of them, because they're not that very far apart. The furies are spirit vengeance on those who transgress natural laws, and the fates, and of the effect of determining fate. And if you look at the Disir, I'm sure everyone knows about the Disir, the mother, Hilda Ellis Davidson. If anybody can ever read her PhD on the Road to Hell, it's excellent. I think it's on the file section of Heathen Women United. It is. She characterises the Disir as tutelary goddesses, one family, perhaps even to one man. So a tutelary is a deity or spirit who's a guardian, patron, or place, or a geographic feature, or a lineage, or a person, or a nature, culture, or occupation. So Disir could incite the killing of a brother, or act as a fate goddess attending. So it could be that Boruna is referring to some sort of tutelary deities, particularly attached to particular culture of people. I don't know, but we need to be beware of interpreting Anglo-Saxon, the no doubt much more developed Icelandic concepts of the Disir. But if we imagine the Boruna, the fact that the word both glosses furry and parka are probably understandable, so there's a possibility. Word called Njodruna, literally meaning females being skilled in the mysteries of the people, which is found against them. Don't think I've put this up, no. So I'll just read it. He says, against each evil Njodruna and elven influence, where a supernatural female could also be indicated, and Njodruna may originally have been tutelary deities of people and their 45 centres rather than priestess women. There's image of Grendel's mother. We've also Hel, a female being skilled in the mysteries of the world of the dead, like Grendel's mother in Beowulf. If you look at line 163, she's presumably included in the Helrunen that's mentioned there, applied to threatening beings, both male and female, and she lived in the Fenny wastelands. We haven't got much time really to discuss her here, but she's an interesting character, as are Helrunen. Alexis Hegtesser. I found this really strange image of some obviously B movie with a very strong so I just thought I'd put it up. There have been more frequent occurrences in the glossary Hegtesser, Hagtesser. Normally it also glosses words for the furies or fates, and its appearance is the most pagan seeming of the Anglo-Saxon charms. It appears to have the same powers to afflict humans with a sudden stitch. It's evident that usually in vision, or as elf shot, Ilfa, or gods, Essa. It denoted something supernatural. The sudden stitch was probably a kind of severe pain which began in humans, like maybe like lumbago or one of those sort of sudden, either to the Hagtesser or to elf shot. There's a museum not far from here where has a whole load of flint arrowheads, and the man who collected them in the 1700s, he collected or elf arrows. So these little flint arrowheads were linked to being attacked by elves or fairies, and this is in immediate stitch. So editors often translate Hegtessen or hag. It's more appropriate as parallel to the gods and elves and a mortal woman, which is probably of the malevolent spirit or a fury, avenging the breaking of natural laws by inflicting pain. And I haven't got time to read all this, but this mentions Hegtessen quite a few times. This is a spell for a sudden stitch and it just boiled in butter, feverfew, and red nettle, which grows through the house or through grain and plantain. Very loud when they rode over the burial mound, were fierce when they rode over the land. Shield yourself now that you will be saved from this attack. Out, little spear. Here, and you go through the poem and you read, you quite intermittently you say, out, little spear. It talks about smiths making war spears, which links to smiths being from the other world as well. And then it goes on. This is for you as a remedy for the shot of a hagtessa. Fly there on the mountain top. May you healthy, may the Lord help you. I've put it in the liquid. So it's quite interesting, like shot and fairy darts and stitches from the hagtessa. But the glosses also show that hegtess is a rendering for striga and phinosia, both words for human witches. So even though I've said that she's probably a supernatural being, not of this world, some of the glosses link her to witches of this world. That could be used as a term for, you're just a hag, so like a derisory term. But we have got that link with women of this world. And sometimes it's abbreviated into Hetzer, and it's used by Ælfric in his homily on auguries, as I've said, he goes on about them, and he uses it as a term for a Jezebel, or a woman who he regards as practicing idolatry, whom he says Christian men should despise. So Hegtess is difficult to really sort of look at etymologically. It's broken. I should be still back on this one, really, isn't it? It's broken down into Haga, a place fenced in, or a dwelling in a town, and then the second is Bulruna. We don't really know, so there could be linked sites of specific places. The Valkyria, or the Valkyria, which is the Old English, and you probably know better as the Valkyrie. Yeah, this is like probably the most semantic development. A supernatural being to a human with supernatural connections. In the early glossaries, early is a translation again for the Furies, but also for Bellona, the goddess of war, and for Venus. But in 11th century, later texts, Valkyria is equivalent. But there can be no doubt it's originally signified as a supernatural slain, which is probably closer to our understanding of it, as in the Valkyries. Figures weaving the web of battle and exulting in blood and carnage. Saxons believed in murderous witches who could fly through the air, although we've got not particularly image broomsticks. It may be that the idea of these fierce supernatural women faded in England in the centuries after the conversion, and the word may have largely fallen out by Viking settlers. Moving on quickly. Witcher, that's a word that you probably all recognise, Witcher. Some people, as the religion of Wicca has developed into. This is the fourth of Fell's words, and it's probably the one that's lasted the longest. It does present some problems linguistically, but it's still a well-known one. It's very likely a contraction of Wichiga, which means wise man or prophet, and it's pretty much cognate. It appears to have been used for human beings, with one or two exceptions where it translates fates. The main difficulty is deciding whether it refers to males or females, as sometimes it definitely refers to one or the other. However, Ælfric also uses the word his homily on auguries, as he's very selective in the use of sources. So we can probably believe that the Anglo-Saxon witches did claim to be clairvoyant. So here we've got a certain diviner says that witches often tell how it will turn out with the say as a truth that the invisible devil who flies through the world and sees many things manifests to the witch what she will say to men, so that those who seek that wizardry shall be destroyed. Whenever Ælfric in the Old English because like these are some attempts at translations. In the Old English, word for witch, he also uses the word witcher for necromancer or medium. Okay, and he says things like witches still even burials with their delusive magic, call to the devil, and when he comes to them in the likeness of the man who was buried there, as if cannot bring it about that the dead arise through her magic. Talk a bit about crossroads and a bit more. But for Elfric, women were also women. Witchen were also women healers. For the same homily as this, he preaches that a Christian ought not to eat the fowl which ask the fowl which is his health. For although she tell him something through the devil, it will be harmful, and this which comes from him. And we have other sources that show Anglo-Saxon women were credited with supernatural powers and the use of witchcraft. I'm trying to cut some of this out. So we've got no indication Anglo-Saxon become a witch. That a woman could become a witch by having it passed on to her from a death. The only hint that a woman could become a witch involuntarily was a statement in Cotton Tiberius's, which are their manuscripts in the British Library, which said a girl born on the first day of, for she would be an evildoer, ilvildig, and an enchantress with her. Even this latter Old English term implies deliberate action with medicines and incantations. I don't think I've put this. Oh yes, I have there. Okay. Oh yes, that's what I see it there. So he says, do not allow the women who are accustomed to receive enchanters, galdorkreften, magicians, skinlicken, and witches, witchen to live. And that's the Old English translations for them down there. And as I've said, that in Cotton Tiberius, they use these terms and say that it's women who are using deliberate actions with medicines and incantations. And they don't, and practitioners of maleficent black magic. Yeah, so there's going back to Theodore's penitential. Yeah, so that's one of. When we talk about the penances here, so if you've performed incantations or diabolical divinations here, with the clergy, they get to be cast out. But if they're truly secular people, they have to do. For anybody who observes auguries, auspices, or dreams, or any kind of divinations, according to the customs of the heathens, or in investigating the device of the magicians. So you couldn't have a medium or a your home. And then there's going to Alfred's Law. Yeah. So you probably recognize like the word galderkraft. So the Anglo-Saxons would have brought with them that practice of galder, which is sort of spell working or chanting. We were talking about earlier, as Tanya was talking about the chanting by the water. And these are this one because they specifically refer to women. So I think we can assume that in England it was mainly females who performed the incantation. It was just the women that were being punished more. This is quite an interesting. If a woman places her daughter on the roof or in an oven to cure a fever, she should do penance for 7 years. One of Theodore's. And penance is only for 5 years, but it's still a heavy penalty for what must look like dangerous magic to Theodore and his contemporaries. Well, why? Why on the roof? One suggestion is maybe the raise the sun healing, though this is Europe because it's never that warm, even in this hottest of days. But it might have had a practical purpose. I don't know. My mum used to say, feed it. If you've got a fever, you've got to get hotted to get rid of it. And this whole idea of heating yourself up or cooling yourself down, it could be that. So it might be antibiotics that is a way to lower higher temperature or sweating out the fever or to cool a temperature down. So the child may have been put on the roof to cool the fever. I'm not sure about the oven. But the reasons that the people like Theodore, as well as hazardous, is that this would have been accompanied by Galder, by of the heathen gods, who would have been considered devils by the churchmen. So they said the current practice at his time of writing in putting down such a bizarre provision. So it must have been something that was quite prominent at the time. This is in the secular laws, because these are all ecclesiastical laws, to women acting as magic healers. In the later pseudo-Egbert penitential, and he prescribes penance for women who tend a child with any witchcraft. And there's one where they talk about a woman who pulls her child through the earth at cross. And in Elfric's homily on Auguries, he mentions this penitential, and he says, witless women go to crossroads and draw their children through the earth, and so commit themselves and their children to the devil. Now, crossroads were places where unconsecrated burials of criminals and the like took place. So it could be that they'd sort of taken a strip of turf, loosened it, and attached it and just pulled the child through, in the hope that any illness would be transferred to those evildoers, those criminals who were buried at those crossroads. And Elfric claims that the contact with the earth is something that heathens regarded as the mother of all creatures. So the earth is the mother of all creatures within heathenry. And so they're feeding her with that illness in hope that she'll remove it, and possibly it will be transferred to these corpses. And actually similar practices have been recorded well into the 20th century in East Anglia. East Anglia is one of the most prominent parts of the Angles, because it's where they will have landed, East Anglia, from the Germanic countries there. And so a long time, that folk tradition.
It is also, may I? Yeah, they have been, going under into the ground and, and dragging people, through the, to get well and to let the mother, really, but when they were really, so.
It's really interesting, really interesting. So it was a prominent heathen practice that would have spread around. So thank you for that. That is really, I'm trying to sort of get through this quickly. Sorry, I apologise if I'm going on. I'll leave this a bit about him out. That's you can read those. So move on to just a bit about Cockayne. Cockayne's leechdom is one of the sort of long-lasting of books. There's the leechdom and there's the Latnunga that record charms and spells. Copies now, I don't mean copies from that time, but you can buy reprinted copies of Cockayne's leechdom, and lots of people. Herbalism. I have this as a reference book, so it's still very important as a reference point for magical practitioners and herbalists these days. So what I've just put here is just spells that are in his leechdom that the ecclesiasts with their penitentials been trying to get rid of, but as folk customs, and also because the Anglo-Saxons, it was an oral tradition. Heathens would have written down, so something that's oral, it becomes ingrained within you. Like in Ireland, we know the stories of the gods and the goddesses. It's ingrained within your body, and so and they didn't manage it because some of these managed to survive to the present day. So these are two for women giving this same coriander, elvin or 13 grains, tie them by a thread. And then let a person who's a virgin, boy or girl, take and hold them at the left thigh. And then there's a similar one, take away the medicine as soon as it happens, or the intestines prolapse, or then becomes attached to that baby. So you might, if you don't pull it away, it will become within the spell will transfer. There's charms for childbirth. Women can give birth quickly, take seed to bed and a clean linen cloth. Oh, that's the other one. Was that the same one? Sorry, I've just done it twice. If a woman cannot bear a child, this is a very long, drawn out ritual. I put it all down so you can see that these women practitioners wouldn't have been just a quick spell where you can light a candle or do something this period of time. And it was originally in Old English, and I found some of it translated, the rest I tried myself, so there might be some mistakes. Child, she has lost at least one child. It's just to go to the grave of someone unspecified 3 times these words, which are originally in Old English: be this a remedy for me, the hateful slow birth, be this a remedy for me for the hateful gloomy birth, hateful lame birth. Then later, when she finds herself pregnant again, she's got to go to her Lord, which is over him. Now, I'm sure many of us would like to step on some men when our hormones are all out of, but you're supposed to step over him, not step on him, please, and say, up I go, I step over you with a live child, not a dying one, born, not a doomed one. So it's always trying to be positive. It's being alive, because if you remember, in these days there was a high number of children who would have died. And then this is the only Christian bit. She used to go to church and say, Christ, I said this is manifested. So they had to sneak something sort of Christian in. Got to go back to the grave of the child she's lost, take some of the earth from the mound, wrap it in black, that's not black wood, sorry, that's black wool, that's wool, and sell it to peddlers, saying, I sell it, may you sell it, the blackened grains of this. This interested me because I was wondering about, in nursery rhymes, there's Baba sheep, have you any wool? And black wool would have been really important, and it's one for the master, one for the dame in the lane. I was wondering whether there's some remnants of folk memory within Baba black sheep. They're really important in this, but probably other magical practices. He would have wrapped things in wool and bind you against this doing harm. And I'm just wondering whether there are some magical remnants in Baba black sheep. And that's just my thoughts. And then the final part is to take milk into her hand from a cow of one colour, and sip it up in her mouth so she can spit it into running water. Then with the same hand, she's to lift up a mouthful of this water and swallow it, probably to ensure her milk. I have carried my great strong child with this great strong, and go home. And then she's not meant to go straight home. She has to go to another home, just to make sure that she's not taking any bad luck or harmful spirit with her back to someone else's home, eats food, and then she can go back to her own home after that. There are loads of other, especially in the Latunga, which have got to do with female medical conditions, but I mean, I've not got the time to. But there's we've got charms here for discharge of blood, stop the flow of blood, bring back menstruation. The flow of blood and the bringing it back is mainly hanging your hair upside down on an up pointing twig or on a down pointing twig in case you want to stow or sew or start, in case a woman goes dom. Remedies for obstruction of women's sexual organs and infirmities of women, and love magic and sex magic. There are various lotions and potions. As I said, some are closed in earlier Christianity, but you can read beyond that and find the pagan truth in that. So that's the sum of, with having missed a few things out, I've been able to gather of evidence of women as witches in Anglo-Saxon England. As you can usually associate with witches, no pointed hats, pacts with the devil. Instead, we have women in her basic role as wife and love, housekeeper and mother, his health. In each of these aspects, it's understandable that from time to time she would find inadequate the social ways of manipulating her environment and resort to other means. Whether these were calling on the old gods, whom the churchmen can using a ritual tainted by heathenism or concocting a magic and possibly toxic brew. And occasionally we get a hint of a woman stepping outside of her normal role to call up the dead, to magically piercing a man with lumbago. Anglo-Saxon witchcraft in the Christian conversion period was still linked to its heathen past, that a past that showed women were allowed more spiritual and magical, and perhaps accordingly maybe given more ceremonial power than they have ever had under Christianity, even to the present day, but until probably relatively recently. I think I'll finish there. Thank you.
That was wonderful, Linda. That was incredibly interesting, and I keep out just because of time constraints, and I'm wondering sometime in the future maybe we can put together some kind of seminar where it's just about, you know, this topic, because there's so many places you can go in this topic, and I'd love to hear all the things you cut out. I want to know what they are, so
Yeah.
I'm not the only one that feels that way.
Well, I'll send the paper in as a whole, so the bits I've cut out there you can see, but the bit that I didn't write up that is really interesting is the women that were arrested at that time for witchcraft and were tried. Yeah. So it's not the later witchcraft trials of like the Pendle witches of the 1600s. Mm-hmm. These are very early women from like 8th, 9th century, and what they were arrested for. And again, it's kind of clothing Christianity, but it's women who are deviating away from that, and they're often just herbal practitioners, and you know, they've got devils inside them and things. So that's the bit I didn't add, but that would have taken even longer. But yeah, with pleasure. I'm interested to talk about it, because as I said, like, I have friends who are herbal practitioners now, and they refer to the Lacnunga and the Leechdom to practice the practices now. I mean, they probably don't do exactly the same, but they'll use the same herbs, like chamomile and coriander. They'll use those herbs, and like, it's really interesting for Rannveig saying that practice of pulling the children through, because that happens in Ireland as well. So it's obvious. So and see, to me, the point that it happens in Ireland, not just in Anglo-Saxon heathenry, I think is an even earlier tradition, because before the Anglo-Saxons came and the Romans came, there was the Celts. The Celts in the whole of like Britain and Ireland. So I think that's a far older tradition than just the Anglo-Saxon heathens.
Well, it's also interesting because of the relationship between the Celtic peoples and Iceland, you know, when you go way, way back. So it's kind of interesting to see if there would have been, you know, some exchange there, I suppose. I'm wondering though, I'm trying to imagine what does it look like when they, you know, you pull a child through the earth? Like, do you make a mound and then pull them through, or a tunnel, or?
Well, what I gather is they dig a piece of the turf out. So they're not burying them in there. They're digging the turf out, and then they're just pulling them down and through.
Okay.
So they're not buried.
Something like that in one of the sagas. I feel like I read at some point about something similar to that. I don't remember. It's been a couple of years or more since I read the one I'm thinking of, but I do recall there being a saga that talks about something like that, like a dirt tunnel being dug and then having somebody go through it. So.
Well, if you find that, that'd be interesting too.
Yeah, I'll have to go back.
That's what I have heard here in Iceland, you know, what you're saying now, Olivia. Yeah, both what you said, Linda, and also what you said, Olivia.
Yeah, so that's
sorry, because I think the really interesting thing, and maybe that one's followed the other, and from your talk, Rannveig and Tanya's, is that Iceland have that continuity of tradition. That heathenry they're not looking to the past, it's changed, it's 21st century heathenry, and it's that continuity of it. And to an extent you've got that in Ireland with the strong belief in fairies, like I was saying yesterday, and that kind of dual focusedness. But here in the UK, it was so heavily Christianized, and there was so much fear and so much threat of death or destruction of your houses, and all the temples were destroyed, that a lot of that has just disappeared. Some of it's in folk tradition, but a lot of it has just disappeared. And so it's, even though some of those sources can be quite dry, it's looking to those early sources to find what people did do and how they did practice, you know. And we have got the evidence of sorcerers and magicians and shamanic practitioners, but it's just very heavily clothed in folk tradition because it was very, very much wiped out by Christianity in very quick space of time.
Yeah, but one of the things that I really found interesting, that they found with the bones at the hip.
Yeah.
And but also just recently, well, several years ago, up north here in Iceland, they found a woman's bone walking between farms, you know, healing people, midwife, or, you know. And what they found around those bones were also pearls, because pay them, you know, with money or anything like that. So they had, you were really respected, you had a lot of pearls around and blue cloth. So did you have that?
I find that, yeah, there are jewelry. I mean, I've not gone into the jewelry and the bractates, but interestingly enough, when I was talking earlier about Oakington, which was the dig I attended in 2015, the woman who was found with all the tools around her, and the woman who was found with a head on a cow, they had amber and jet necklaces. They were wearing these amber and jet necklaces, and then they had other bits of jewelry and things around them, some which were not native to the area, so some which have possibly been traded or given as payment, you know, sort of like jewels from the Mediterranean, or they held glass very important. In fact, they held glass as important as probably some of the crystals. And I found in another bit of the talk that I missed out was I did some research into the use of crystals, because I'm really interested in crystals, and a lot of, I don't know about people here, but in this country, a lot of heathens, especially the heathen guys, they dismiss crystals as oh, it's new age, it's rubbish shit, and it's kind of, you know, oh, it's just do new age, you've not found it anywhere. And it's not true, because the Anglo-Saxon heathens did use crystals in healing and magic. So they're talking bullshit, these guys. Oh no, let's go and a drink of mead instead, you know. And it's true, and that's another bit I missed out, and like I want to research that further and write something about that. So yes, there were jewels found, particularly amber and jet, chlorite. Green chlorite was a really important stone as well. It must have been a precious stone to them, which is just like a quartz with a green inclusion, and glass beads. But one interesting thing that they did find, and I'm happily put, at the time I did post them onto HW, but of course it's a long time ago now, because I remember posting saying I'm at this archaeological dig and I'm having a great time, and I posted all these pictures while I was there. I remember posting them, and they'd found these what are known as bractates, but they're like big brooches with symbols on, and it's sort of like, they're not runic symbols, but these symbols appear on other pieces of jewelry that have been found in that area. So it looks like there was some localized important sigils and symbols that were on these brooches, and one's about this size, a huge brooch with like S shapes on.
Wow.
Beautiful carvings. No. And it's actually like water, you know, like the S, like water flowing, or serpents, and it gave me goosebumps when I
started to cry.
Oh, I will post it. I'll post the pictures, because I took pictures as they brought it out of the earth, and then they started cleaning them, and then we went to a museum the day after and saw some of the other similar ones of these brooches. So they must have been really important things that wore. But I think the most touching thing about Oakington for me was that it was all women, and it's the the fact that it's the largest pre-Christian Anglo-Saxon cemetery, but it was all women. 120. There was one man who probably was like the security guard, maybe, but 125 women buried in one site, and some of the same family. What would have brought all these women? And it was obvious that some of them had come a great distance. So what brought them back to that place to be buried there or give birth there? And I think that this woman, with all her tools, would have been a midwife, but also they were magical tools. So she would have been considered an important magical practitioner at the time as well.
And Nick says also that that male person was a woman too. And Hillary says that's what she was also thinking. And Emily says, yes.
Possibly, yeah, it could have been a woman dressed as a man. I don't know what DNA if they've only just done it by the way that the skeleton looked.
Yeah.
It could be. I don't know. It was a joint thing between my university and Oxford University, and so because it only wrapped up the dig in 2017, the report papers are still being written. So a lot of them have not been released yet. So as I said, it's hot off the press. You're getting lots of information there that's not being sort of published. But you've not found any other graves that have so many multiple burials of sisters and daughters and the dog. You know, it's interesting that there was a dog buried. That's the earliest of all the burials would be in the dog. So the dog must have been a really important part of that community. And then this cow, who she was buried with a head on, sleeping on the cow. It was really emotional to see all these skeletons coming out, particularly the babies ones, you know, and the bowls. All the babies ones had little bowls found in them, just nothing in, but just bowls, which must have been that you're taking these bowls with you to the other world. So we do know that Anglo-Saxons believed in afterlives and other worlds, even though lots of scholars say not, because they had these things buried with them to take with them to the other world.
Linda, Becky asks if you can send some of the words that you've referenced that weren't displayed on the screen, as many are new terms for her and the spelling would help, as she's a visual person. I'm sure that's true for everyone. I don't know if you're gonna share some text.
Well, I'm happy. I'll send the whole paper and we can put it on files.
Sure.
And the PowerPoint I'm happy to do. And then I've got to still just type up all the sources, because I like to, want to say which sources I use as well as my own sources. But I did actually, in doing it, it was quite interesting. One fun thing. There's a book called it's called Sorceress or Witch, and it's the image of gender in medieval Iceland and Northern Europe. So this is all Icelandic sources with regards to women as witches and magicians and sorceresses, and how it's broken down, just for reference. And it was just amazing how I found the similarity. She's broken, because I looked at sorcerers, magicians, witches and soothsayers, and she broken it down into women as cannibals as well, because in some women are seen as cannibals. The only thing is, because Iceland was Christianized a lot later, there was more acceptance of witches. There wasn't that demonization. So in the sources in this book, they haven't got the demonization. You haven't really got the demonization. That's in case somebody wants to see it. Morris, Sorceress or Witch. Catherine Morris, it is. Catherine Morris, Sorceress or Witch. The full title is The Image of Gender. The Image of Gender in Medieval Iceland and Northern Europe. And so it's interesting, the sources and the translation are not as demonizing, whereas in the Anglo-Saxon sources, it's so demonized, which is quite interesting to see. And another thing I didn't write a lot about, was the shape-shifting women. We've got the shape-shifters, which would have linked into what Rich was saying yesterday. Right. Because there's a discussion of women turning into wolves. And there was a massive interest in the 14th century in werewolves. which is quite interesting because a lot of the literature was only coming from France in the 15th century. So the idea of wolves and werewolves and shapeshifters is another really interesting aspect of this, which I didn't have time to look into or do. But this has got some really interesting diagrams in. But yes, it's got the lascivious witch and the cannibal woman and the shapeshifter, witches and animals, and the sorceress and the magician. It's got some interesting images in as well, that people can maybe get it through into library loans if you can't get it. And I'll put the Anglo-Saxon ones on, references on for people to look at. A lot of the penitentials and the homilies are online, and they're in translation in English, so you don't have to root your way through Latin or Old English like I had to.
Nick,
that one male person at Oakington, what were they buried with?
A spear.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a long spear.
All right.
That's all. Whereas a lot of the women were buried with a lot more things.
well, I guess that's a good place to close for now. And Linda, I'm seeing some more sessions in the future because you've just been able to touch on so many interesting things, and I think it will be really, really fascinating to dive into, maybe in a future longer session where we can really kind of dig into some of those topics a little bit more.
And what I said to Hillary earlier is that I'm happy to, like, next year I can put together a safe session, a practice on safe, and sort of look at what I've gathered from the Anglo-Saxon, and we can sort of see if we can recreate a journey.
That would be amazing. And I know that we have so many people in Heathen Women United that have a specific interest in that. So I think that will be quite popular. So that sounds great. So we're going to go on lunch now, and then Hillary will be moderating the afternoon session, which comes back together at 1 o'clock, with I believe Andrea Hejlskov, which will be doing relationship between Sever and sex magic, which should be fascinating, and followed by Maria Kvilhaug at 2 o'clock. So I want to thank you, Linda, so much for everything that you presented today, and everybody have a good I don't know, 36 minutes of downtime.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry, I'll have to show you. This is a replica of the crystal balls. There you are.
Very cool.
That's from that's what. But the ones that are in the museums are bigger, a bit bigger than that. But that's a replica of one.
Very cool. All right. Thanks, everyone. You can log off, or you can stay logged on and just come back at 1. So.
Thanks, Olivia.
Yep.
Thank you.
See everybody in about half hour. Well, it is 1 o'clock, everyone, and I am still keeping an eye out to see if Andrea is having a hard time logging in. And yeah, I got a message from her this morning, so. Oh wait, yeah, I think she just taught me, so. Let's give it a few more minutes. She's logging in now, so should be another minute or two. Hi Maria, how are you? You're on mute. Hold on. There you are.
There I am. Hi.
Hi.
I thought it was someone before me.
Yeah, I think she's. I've got her on chat, so I'm.
All right.
She's trying
So Andrea is coming. Yeah.
I think she's somewhere in the Alps. I don't know, something in the mountains. I know some people had a hard time getting in yesterday. It was just loading and loading and loading. So
Right.
that could be what's going on. It's so funny, Maria. I had a dream of you last night.
You dreamt?
I dreamt of you last night. And I was anticipating the conference. It was like, I can't remember what it was about, but something to do with horses. I don't know, but I think it was just like anticipating the conference schedule. Okay, yeah, she's saying it's with Zoom, not the connection. She's working on it. So let's give it a few more minutes. Let me just type her back and just see if she needs the link.
All.
I've been loving your pictures of your trip.
Yeah.
You took. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna open up another screen and send her the direct link. So 1 second. See if this will help her out. Okay, let's see if she can get on this way. This may be our last year with Zoom, honestly. It's giving us a hard time.
Yeah, I'll just mute myself.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Let's see.
There she is. Oh, where'd she go? Did she just get in? Oh, no. Andrea, is that you? I'm gonna unmute you.
Yeah.
You're there?
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't see your video. Can you? Oh, there you are. It works. You're in.
I can see. You don't. Let me
Now I
see.
see you. Now I see you.
Yeah. Hello. I've been waiting like a crazy person. So this is not the meeting. Huh?
This is, yeah, you're in the conference now.
So is everything good? Can you hear me and see?
Do you just have a picture or you're trying to get a video going?
I have. Hello, everybody. Wasn't it? Am I on now?
I can see your picture. I don't see your video.
Can you say that again, please? Oh.
I can see your picture, not your video. I don't know how I got muted. Do you have a video going, Andrea? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can see me, and I'm not like on where everybody can. What?
Do you have a video?
Yeah.
Oh, you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hillary, am I on the conference call now?
Yes, you are. Yeah, we're all in the waiting room. We're all hearing you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Can you see?
Have you got self-view on? Maybe she's got self-view on.
Oh, okay. Can you see me now? I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you see me?
No, not anymore.
Hello, Kat. Oh, was it Kat? Can you see and hear me, everybody, now?
Yes, Andrea, we can hear you.
Okay, but just do it on sound then.
Okay.
The sound is okay, right?
Yeah, now it's a little bit better, yes.
You can't hear me.
Oh, that's better. Whatever you did is better. But I still can't see you.
Oh, okay. So is the sound good now?
Yes.
Okay, but you can hear me.
Yes.
You can't hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So should I just begin my talk now?
Yeah, go for it.
You can hear me.
Yes. Go ahead and start.
Fuck.
Maybe if I can, sounds like can't. Andrea? Uh-oh. Andrea, are you still there? Oh my. Well, maybe that's not going to work. Andrea, I have no idea if you're still there or not. Where did she go? She just muted herself. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if she can. I don't know. Nicole, I see your chat. I don't know if she can. Unmute. Okay. Maria, Maria, where'd she go? We might have you jump on if I can't get Andrea squared away. Let's just give her a few more minutes. Okay. I don't know where she is. Let me just try to text her really fast. What's going on? Okay. She's trying to connect. Andrea, just make sure you unmute yourself, okay? You got it. Almost there. Oh, jeez, where's she? Yeah, now you're back, Andrea. Just unmute yourself, okay? We got it. We got it. Can you see your unmute button? They can do it. Okay, Andrea, you are now unmuted.
Hello.
Yep, you are now unmuted. You're ready to go.
Hello.
Go ahead and start, Andrea. We can hear you.
So super presentation. Super. Hi, everybody. It's not technical problems. The Alps trekking, and the only was on the trail. That's just the French. With the audio, I need a Hillary?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just asking if you can hear me.
I think if you hold it close, I can. But if you move it, it breaks up.
Okay. Can you just say something if the sound is off, and then just do something?
Okay, will do.
Okay. So today I'm talking about the relationship between sight and sex magic. And before I do that, I wanted to tell you a little bit about me and why I'm doing this presentation like I'm doing it. First of all, I'm a Danish Gudja and Völva, currently in France. Look at the mountains if you can see them. It's very beautiful. And I've been for 20 years natural actually via how is that in English? Occultism, the occult community in Denmark. And in that occult, or actually it was a satanic community, there was a lot of focus on sexuality and on women's place in the practice of religion. And although I have many things to say about that community and that kind of spiritual path, and many objections to it, it was actually a good experience for me to begin my spiritual path with a very attentive focus on the body. And that is something that I think we need and miss in heathen. So that's one of the reasons to talk about it today. I am a writer and speaker. Actually, tonight I'm being television in a show about as a Gudja, so that is my work. And the reason why side and sex magic is about the Völuspá, and I've been working it. So I've been going through to find a deeper in. What happened was that when I was the verse of the dwarf, a very, very intense bodily, and that kind of set me up into the path of trying to things I learned in the occult community, and body, and try to integrate Norse faith with which had quite academic for that's a little bit about me. This topic of side and is something that is close to me personally with it in relation to my book, but it's been bothering me for a long time. The fact that when we talk about side books about it, everybody says, "Oh, sex." There's some absolutely in relation to the word "agi" as mentioned, and there's a lot of the words that we use for a side have a strong sexual connotation, actually meaning. But I never really dive into what is it? What is the sex that is going on in relation to the side mentioned? And then, okay, is there nothing? I think that there is overemphasis on the divine modern cult of as a true. When I study the laws to be very strong feasts, for instance, the seasonal feast, strong sexual component. There was a strong sexual component in some, so it's just we should work more with as to understand what is this aspect of the sex that we are reading about. What is this box and then the lower, but
Andrea, you disappeared again.
To me, cult practice that I group and alone, it's about. Can you hear me now?
It's breaking up a little bit. That last minute or so. That last minute broke up a little bit. I couldn't hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, Andrea. Sure. Do this her again. Andrea, you still with us? Oh, did she just go? Oh. She may just be too remote for this. Let's see if she can get back on. Hmm. Let's see if she gets back on. Otherwise, we're gonna have to move on. Okay. I don't think we're going to be able to get her back on. Maria, if you're still around, do you want to jump into your talk early? Let's see if Maria gets back. She disappeared. We lost her.
I'm here.
Okay.
We lost her?
You lost her. We lost her.
Lost her, yeah.
Somewhere in the French Alps, we've lost her. Are you okay to get ready to go?
Yeah, I am. All right. I have to share screen or something. I have a PowerPoint.
Let me go ahead and I will make you a co-host, and then you should be able to see the share screen.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. You are all set.
I'm on set. Okay, right.
All right. Do you see the share screen?
Yeah, actually, let's see. Share screen. That's right. If I have a PowerPoint.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see.
Click on that.
Right. Share. Okay.
Yep. There you go.
There we go. And
that works.
I'll put this in. You can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Good. Good. And then I have to go on. All right. Like this. Right.
Perfect.
Great.
Great.
All right. I'm sorry I couldn't attend earlier. I had a working weekend, so I haven't really seen any of you. Sorry. But let's start. I call this the theme of reincarnation in Old Norse sources, and by Old Norse sources I'm referring to written sources like the Edda poems and the saga material. This came abruptly.
No, I'm so sorry to put you on the
All right. Okay, so the big question is, did people in Scandinavia during the Viking Age believe in reincarnation? So when we ask such questions about what people believed in at a certain time and place, I think we should always try that question out in our own time. To put it this way, do people in Scandinavia believe in reincarnation now in 2020? And the answer is very simple. Today, many Scandinavians actually do believe in reincarnation, yet many others, the majority, do not believe in it. And it seems so obvious to us today that faith and beliefs vary from individual to individual, but for some reason we do not apply this insight when we talk about what has happened before in the past. In an earlier culture, we tend to assume that everyone believed the exact same thing. But if we test this assumption in the present, it seems absurd. So maybe there was less variation in the Viking Age, we think. Maybe it was a more homogeneous culture than our own. But then we do not think about how much the Viking Age people actually traveled and how much their ancestors, even back to the Bronze Ages, more than 2,000 years ago, had actually also traveled and also received visitors and travelers and other sorts of foreigners, and how much both the Norsemen and their visitors actually brought here of goods and of people and of ideas from elsewhere through hundreds and even thousands of years. So it is extremely unlikely, I think, that there was no variation or no diversity of beliefs. I'll get back to this theme in the end. As we will see in this talk, there are some written ancient Nordic sources where a belief in reincarnation is more than hinted at. And what these sources tell us with absolute certainty is that some medieval Christian Scandinavian chroniclers in the 12th and the 13th centuries were convinced that their pagan ancestors had such faith in reincarnation only a few generations ago, and that they had observed how women, especially in their own time, 2 centuries after the conversion, tended to still believe in reincarnation. So these medieval chroniclers clearly linked a belief in reincarnation with the pagan religion. There were even Old Norse words for reincarnation, such as enderborin or apterborin. So what does this mean for our understanding of Old Norse pre-Christian faith? Let's have a just quick look at some other things. It's so that Asian religions such as Buddhism and Hinduism are of course very famous for their belief in reincarnation. You find this concept not only in these 2 religions, but also in Jainism and Sikhism, and even in some mystic Muslim Sufi traditions. And the concept was brought back from Asia to Europe after many centuries of oblivion during the latter half of the 19th century, mainly by way of Madame Blavatsky and her school of theosophy, and later also by the New Age movement that emerged in the 1960s. But the concept of reincarnation is by no means just Asian. We have almost 2,000 to 1,000 years of Christianity, which may have caused Europeans to forget about it. But back in the days of the pre-Christian Roman Empire and even earlier in the Greek Hellenistic world, the concept was discussed and argued for by many philosophers and held high in certain philosophical and mystical and Gnostic circles. And it even had a Greek and a Latin term. In Greek, reincarnation was called metempsychosis, and in Latin, to reincarnate was called to transmigrare. So according to several Greek philosophers, the concept was also widely believed in Egypt, from where the mystery religions that often also professed the concept of reincarnation had originally derived. And the Greeks and the Romans also observed that the Celts believed in it and wrote about their beliefs in it. And in Old Norse sources, this belief pops up as well. And as I said, they even had terms for it, like enderborin. So, that people believed in life after death is beyond dispute. The rich grave material clearly shows that the dead presumably was on a journey to another existence. They carried equipment, objects which they might need. They were often buried in boats or even ships or with horses and wagons. So obviously it looks like they were on a journey. So people most certainly believed that the dead would actually go on to live in some other world. Yeah, let me see. So the most famous ones, of course, Hel and Valhall. So in our time, people who are interested in Nordic myths will usually be familiar with the concept of Hel as an afterlife for people who died of illness or old age, while Valhalla represents a more glorious life for warriors who died in battle. And these ideas come more or less directly from Snorri Sturluson's descriptions in the younger prosaic Edda, and they're probably not erroneous in themselves, although there are some other sources which strongly suggest that both of these realms carry deeper aspects. Like in the Edda poems, Hel is also a place where gods and elves and heroes travel in order to learn and gain wisdom and even resurrection. Valhalla is also not just a place for anyone who died in battle, but rather for those who successfully complete their initiations by going through Hel. Also, Snorri wrote in a time of medieval Christianity, and despite me being absolutely convinced that Snorri knew the full scope of it, he had no choice but to actively and conveniently omit all other concepts found in other sources describing the afterlife. But as a way of not provoking the Christian authorities with the notion that paganism may have provided some sort of hope for a kind of salvation, or some a better fate in the afterlife, and presumably also as a way of trying to fit these concepts into a medieval Christian conception of the afterlife. So he made it so look like Christianity that there are only two possible outcomes of death, namely heaven or hell. Of course, we most of us here probably do know that there are more options after death, like you have Freya in Folkvang. Another hall of death is mentioned in the Edda poem Grimnismål, and that is Freya's Folkvang, which basically means people field. And here, the goddess Freya chooses which dead souls will remain with her and which souls will be sent to Valhalla. And in Egil's saga, chapter 78, a woman clearly expresses a conviction that if she commits suicide with her father, she will come to Freya's hall to sip at the goddess banquet. So, and then we have Ran in the ocean, Rom actually. People who drowned at sea, we learned this from several different saga sources. People who drown at sea will be welcomed in the hall of Ran. And she was a giant woman of the sea and the death goddess of the drowned. And they believed that they would come there and they would party and enjoy the sensual and loving or just very lustful embrace of the giant woman and her 9 daughters. So Ran is the death goddess of the ocean, and she has a yarn with which she pulls drowned sailors out of the sea. The waves are considered to be her 9 daughters, and she's married to the sea god Ægir. And as a Jotun, a giant, Ægir did not belong to the real gods. He did not live in Åsgård, but he lived in Jotunheim, the world of the giants. And Ægir's residence was a very sacred place where parties were held for the good-natured gods, and it was a breezeless, wind-shielded place. And since wind and breeze always in poetry symbolize mortality and death in Norse poetry, a place shielded from wind and without even a breeze meant a place of immortality. There was no ordinary fire lighting in Ægir's and Ran's hall, but it was illuminated by the glowing gold and the light that radiated from their 9 wave daughters, as well as from the wondrous beer, which incidentally carried itself around to the guests. So there is no doubt that the hall of Ægir and Ran was a very good place to be. And when drowned people returned in ghost form in the sagas to report about their new life after having drowned, it was always a good report, and it was a sign that they had been well received by Ran. So they had a very positive view actually on the afterlife, that it was a lot of partying described anyway. So The sources also tell us of many different heimir, which means worlds, and many of these exist in heaven or are described as heavens. And I often hear this concept of there being 9 worlds in Norse myths, but there are lots more than 9. The 9 worlds, well, there are 9 subworlds where the giantess Hel reigns, that is the goddess of death, and elsewhere it is stated that she reigns in 9 of the worlds, which may mean that 9 out of the many worlds are worlds inhabited by mortals, that is worlds where death reigns, and that there are other worlds for immortal souls and other beings. Before the present multidimensional universe was created, Yggdrasil's Ask, there had been 9 previous worlds, and now there are already 3 worlds emerging. To the north, you have Niflheim or Niflhel, the fog world, the misty world, and it was full of frost and ice and fog, but deep within that frost lay the body of a giant from a previous universe, Buri, and from him the Aesir gods descend. And to the south lay Muspelheim, filled with heat and gases, from which came the sun and the stars and the moons. In the middle of all of this was Ginnungagap, where there was nothing, but where the new universe came into being from a meeting between the hot and cold currents from the south and from the north, and so the giants came into being. So then we see later that the 3 original worlds become the 3 wells at the root of the world tree of our present world. And the cold northern realm of Niflheim became Hel, the world of the dead. And just interesting thing is that actually original Niflheim, which is identical to Hel, is also where the gods came from. That's where the Buri, father of Odin, came from. So, and then we have the southern realm of heat, from where Audhumbla and the sun goddess came. This became Åsgård, the realm of the gods. And Åsgård has Urdarbrunner, the well of origin, and the realm of the Norns at its heart and center. So the place where the heat and the cold first met to create Ymir, the giant whose body is the matter that makes up the entire universe, this place became Mimusbrunner, the well of memory, where all experienced knowledge is stored and where giants of great wisdom dwell. Furthermore, Snorri talks about several other heavens, where the 2 upper ones are only for light elves, which are immortal, and these are called Andlanger, which sort of means long spirit or long breath, and Vidbloin. Bloin means the blue one, but it's actually as a Haiti symbol of a metaphor for death. So Vidbloin means sort of white death. And in the Edda poem Grimnit's Mål, we also hear about 12 Heimir worlds in heaven, where Valhall and Folkvang are mentioned among them. Worlds that we know were places where dead souls could come. So yeah, we also hear of some worlds like Gimle or Vidar's free land, where righteous souls will be able to live after Ragnarok. And then we have one heaven after another mentioned, ruled by various gods and goddesses. So it would be no wonder if the other worlds mentioned can also receive the dead, since some of them are actually doing just that. So maybe all of these places were places that people could go to after death. Another world of dead was Helgafell, the sacred mountain, which is sometimes mentioned in the Poetic Edda. So in the saga material, the sacred mountain was a place where the dead ancestors of special clans lived. So in the Eyrbyggja saga, a clear-sighted man gets a glimpse of Helgafell, the sacred mountain, where he sees the dead in his clan gather around the fire, having a fantastic time with food and drink, and welcoming a newly dead relative. The theme of having parties after death is something that is repeated a lot. So yeah, and the same story actually explains the concept of the holy mountain. So I'll just read it for you, the same text that is here. On that islet stands a mountain that is so sacred that nobody may even look at it if they are not washed. And nobody may kill anything that lives there, neither human nor beast. Only that which died naturally may die there. this mountain he called Helgafell, that is the sacred mountain, and he believed that he would travel there when he died, and so would his relatives there at the islet. On that hill where Thor, that is the statue of Thor, had stranded, he passed all the legal judgment and placed there the local parliament. And this was such a peace-holy place that he demanded that nobody in any way should go there with hostile intentions or pass their bowels there. For that purpose, they had a reef called Drítarskjær, which means shitting reef. I couldn't just omit that last sentence, even if it wasn't relevant. It's there. However, what we see in this text is that this place where the dead souls are believed to be dwelling and living on was also a sacred place where courts and parliaments were held. So the residence of the dead souls was also where the living people had to make sure that they were clean and washed before they could even look at it, and where no enmity or any unclean act like shitting was allowed. So this is in accordance with the folkloristic concept of dead people and other underworld beings who dwell in mountains and hills, which has actually survived up to the present time, at least in Norway. It's also in accordance with the general image we have of pre-Christian burials, which often in themselves represent rituals and sacred sites. Many of these burial mounds were actually used as a sort of outdoor temple. For example, the Oseberg Mound, there are some signs that this actually worked as, it was a burial which very likely contained the body of one or two wise women, like Völur, and it was actually used as a sacred site for a long time after they were buried there. You know that the church often built their churches on top of sacred sites or ancient pagan sites. In the Laxdæla saga, we hear of a certain church in Iceland that had been built on top of the grave of a wise woman, a völva. And the story goes on to explain that the völva was so fed up with people praying their Christian prayers right above her grave. So she complained to a powerful woman in a dream, and the woman had the burial opened and moved to another place eventually. We also have the saga material, which is often also supported by archaeological finds. It strongly suggests a belief in the haugur, that is the burial mound or cairn, and as a sacred site of worship where people could connect with the beyond. It was a place where you could go and perform utiseta, like sitting and meditating to connect with the spirits of the dead. So it was like a sacred mountain, only it was made by people. What is obvious is that there was a strong belief in some way or other that the souls of dead people lived on in hills and mounds and cairns, just like elves were known to do. And just like elves, the dead souls may be sought and visited and sacrificed to, so that they may remain interested in their own descendants and other local people who prayed and sacrificed to them. We also have concepts like the draug, which was a kind of ghostly or rather zombie-like creature that emerges from graves after death. It was also believed that dead souls, wherever they usually dwelled, could come and visit their friends and relatives, especially during the Yule season. So during Yule, they were welcomed and given a seat at the banquet of Yule banquet with their own food. So the dead had actually a place where they could eat. And there is a story where men who have drowned at the sea, they come to visit the hall of their relatives, and they tell about their happy afterlife in Ran's hall. So
Maria, really fast, Linda had a question about the source for the reburial. The story of the Volva being reburied. She was under the church and she wanted to be buried.
Laxdæla saga. The saga of the Lax. It's written Laxd.
It's okay, Maria. I know what it is. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Good. So Now to reincarnation almost. Once upon a time, there was a small but very rich kingdom in Norway, and it was called Vestfold. And today it's just a district, but back in the Viking era, Vestfold was a country with its own king. And one of these kings was Olaf Gudrødsson. He was a half-brother to Halfdan the Black. Halfdan the Black was the king who was the father of Harald Hairfair, the one who, united Norway into one nation around 872. So this happened a long time before that. Olaf was the uncle of Harald Hårfagre, and he was also known after his death as the Geirstad Alfr, the elf of Geirstad. This Olaf of Vestfold was a gentle, peaceful, wise, and very popular king. He had prophetic dreams, and from one of those dreams, he learned that he and many of his people were going to die of a plague. And according to the dream advice that he got in his dream, the only way to prevent the plague from spreading further on to all the people would be to bury Olaf and his closest men in a large haug, that is a burial mound, at a place called Geirstad. And there he would live on in the haug like an elf, as with his men, and if the survivors sacrificed to him in his haug, they should be able to stop the plague. So after this dream, Olaf ordered that a large mound, a large haug, be built at Geirstad, and just as he predicted, the plague first killed him and many of his men, and they were all buried together in the mound at Geirstad, and this gesture really did stop the plague, according to the saga. And after his death, people believed that Olaf lived on inside the mound like an elf, and they regularly sacrificed and prayed to the elf of Geirstad for protection and healing and guidance from the world beyond. And then it turned out that it was also believed that Olaf Geirstad elf was reborn. So we mentioned Olaf Geirstad elf, who died sometime before the year 860, and who was the uncle of Harald Hairfair, the first king who united Norway into one country. And Harald had many sons, and one of these sons was also called Olaf Geirstad elf. He was born 20 years after the death of the first Olaf Geirstad elf. And this second Olaf not only inherited his granduncle's name from birth, but even inherited the same distinct nickname, associating him with the burial and the sacred mound. And nothing is said about why he got the name and the nickname after his father's uncle, but considering what comes next, one can surely wonder. In the Flateyjarbók version of the saga of Saint Olaf the Holy, that's the guy who converted Norway eventually to Christianity. We hear this very interesting anecdote. Olaf the Holy was born 60 years after the death of the second Olaf Geirstad elf, and 135 years after the death of the first Olaf Geirstad elf. And he was the third Christian king of Norway, but only the first to actually. He was the third Christian king, but the first to actually succeed in converting the population to Christianity. Now, when Olaf the Holy was a young man, I think his grip on his own Christian religion may have been a bit fuzzy, which was common for converted pagans in his era. When there was a blend of Christian and pagan beliefs was still more common than not. And the following story suggests that when the third Olaf was a young prince, he actually believed himself that he was a reincarnation of Olaf Geirstad elf. And now that he was older and better educated in his own religion, he renounced this belief and denied that he had ever claimed it. Let me read this passage for you. It is said that once a warrior, whose name is not mentioned, when Olaf King the Holy traveled with his army and passed by the burial mound of Olaf Geirstad elf, he asked, "Tell me, Lord, if you were ever mound laid that is buried here." The king replied to him, "Never did my soul have two bodies, and it cannot have it, not now and not on the day of resurrection. And if I ever said otherwise, then the correct Christian faith was not yet right in me." But the warrior said, "People believe that when you were at this place before, you said this, 'Here I was, and from here I came.'" And the king was very upset there by the cairn. He spurred his horse and rode fast away from the place. And it was easy to see that Olaf king would break down this misunderstanding and this heathen belief with all force and get rid of it. For he knew that God's hidden judgment was wholly and fully forbidden to explore more than what Jesus Christ would want to reveal himself. So basically, it is strongly suggested here that Olaf had claimed to be a reincarnation of Olaf Geistalelf, and that people believed it, but now he denied it because he had learned more about his own religion, basically. So before I move on to actual reincarnation stories, I'll just mention two famous namesakes with similar personalities. We have one saga, one of the very few, I think maybe the only saga that is actually named after a woman. Well, sort of a woman. Hervor is one of the few women, anyway, who got a whole saga named after her, the saga of Hervor and Heidrek. Hervor is also the only saga character we know whose gender was evidently and expressively fluid. For a long period of her life, she or he preferred to be referred to as a he and took the masculine name Hervardr. The saga explains that as a child, Hervor, when she was still a girl, she was as strong as any boy and preferred boyish activities such as horse riding and archery and battle arts. And as a young person, she assumed the role of a son when she entered the tomb of her own father, Angantyr, in order to retrieve his sword. And the act of breaking into a father's or other ancestor's grave in order to retrieve objects to inherit, objects that had already been carried into the afterlife, into the burial mounds. This appears to have been a very common ritual with a name of its own, Haugbrot, mound break. So what may have been unusual here was not that they broke into the burial mound of an ancestor, but that a daughter entered a father's haug to inherit his sword. And carrying her father's sword, Hervor the shield maiden became Hervardr the warrior, prone to fight anyone who dared to address him or refer to him as a woman. And interestingly enough, this gender shift was completely respected by his surroundings. And Hervard lived many years as a man and a leader and a warrior, and traveled the world until he once more returned to a female identity and resumed the name Hervor and married and had children. So the saga continues telling the stories of one of her sons, Heidrek, and this son, after the death of his mother, he had a daughter whose name was also Hervor, named after her grandmother. And this new Hervor had inherited her paternal grandmother's personality traits, and it's not mentioned if she wanted to be referred to or addressed as a man, but she lived her life as a warrior and became the general of a Gothic fort. And we have many such, I just wanted to mention a few of them, but you also have Aud the Deep-Minded. She was the last, anyway, she was a very powerful woman who traveled east and back and took the thrones of Denmark and Sweden for her sons and became the mother of two very important royal dynasties. And a couple of 100 years later, another woman was born. Her name was actually Unnur, Ketilsdatter, but throughout her life she became recognized as Audr the Deep-Minded, exactly the same name and nickname of her ancient namesake. So very similar in character. She traveled west and became one of the early settlers of Iceland, and she was powerful and a leader of men and mother to very important Icelandic lineages. So we have this theme go in sagas where people actually seem to identify a person with a person who lived earlier. And we don't know if this is because of a belief in reincarnation, but considering the story of Olaf Geistalelf, it could be. But let's go on to Edda poetry. There are 6 or perhaps 8 stories about reincarnation in the sources that are, well, the 6 direct ones are the story of Olaf the Holy and Olaf Geirstad Elf, and then we have perhaps the 2 Hervers and the 2 Ouds. And then we have the stories of Helgi and Svova, Helgi and Sigrun, Helgi and Kora. All of them were directly said to be reincarnations of each other. And the story continues with Sigurd and Sigrid Rifa, and perhaps also Svipdager and Menglød. So if we compare the amount of written sources that mention reincarnation with the amount of sources mentioning other fates after death, there are just about the same amount of evidence for a belief in reincarnation as there is evidence for other after-death fates. So there are no more sources about other after-death realms than there are sources about reincarnations. So I suspect that the reason why the theme of reincarnation is not mentioned usually as an equally likely possibility of what people believed in the Viking Age has nothing to do with the quality or the quantity of the sources. I suspect that it has everything to do with whether people today like the idea or not. So let's move on to the story of Helgi and Svova. Let me tell you the story. A king named Hjörvard has a son, and this son talks very little and does even less. So no name, no identity will stick to him. And this is a big problem, even for the young boy. So the young prince goes to a haug, a burial mound, and sits outside. And of course, yeah, he sits on a burial mound. So this was obviously a fairly common thing, mentioned a lot in the sources. And this time we know the purpose of sitting out. He sits there looking for a name, for an identity and a purpose for himself. So the boy's efforts are answered when 9 Valkyrias ride past him. One of the Valkyrias is the most striking of them all, and she is the leader of the 9. She looks at him and names him Helgi and says that he will not come far in his life if he is always quiet. So Helgi finally talks for the first time in his life and asks her what kind of name gift she intends to give him. Because when someone gave you a name or a nickname, you had to also offer a gift. So Helgi says that if he can't get her too, he won't take that name. Helgi, by the way, means sacred. The Valkyria offers him a great mission, one that he must fulfill in order to get her. And it is then revealed that the Valkyria is called Svova, which basically could mean sleeper, the sleeping one, or the floating one. And she says that she's from Sefafjell, which could translate as Soul Mountain. And this is possibly a reference to an ancestral afterlife. And it is then said that Svova gave Helgi his name and protected him often in fighting. So Helgi returns home to his father and talks again. His father gives him a whole army of men, and Helgi begins his big mission, which takes him to Hatafjord. That directly means the fjord of hatred. And there he fights and conquers the giant Hati, which means hatred, and his companion Hrodmar, which means sort of ocean of rage. And all the while he has help of his father's sort of Kurt shaman, Atli, who's a man who can travel between the worlds and talk to supernatural beings and understand the speech of birds. When their ship is threatened by one of Ron's daughters, the waves, the personified waves, who here obviously symbolize death by drowning, or simply death and mortality itself. Basically, they are almost dying here. they almost drowning or almost dying in any way. And Atli keeps this giantess occupied with speech until the Valkyria Svava and her now not 9 sisters, but 3 times 9 sisters emerge in the sky, and they are emitting rays of light, and they are turning the giantess of death into stone and saving Helgi and his men from shipwreck. And after this, Svava and Helgi are married, but Svava continues to be a Valkyria as before, riding the air and sea with her sisters and causing dew to fall in the valleys and brightness to illuminate the sky. Basically, she's not an ordinary woman, she's like a goddess. And she protects Helgi and guides him throughout his life. But at the end of the story, Helgi must fight the battle of Frekastein, the rock of greed, and loses the battle and dies. So when Helgi's brother proposes to marry Svava afterwards, she insists that no, she will only have Helgi, even though he's dead. As it turns out, she will have him in his next life, for the story ends with a direct statement that Helgi and Svava are said to be Enderborin, reincarnated. So, the story of the Helgi is reborn again, and this is told in the 2 Edda poems, the first and the second poems of Helgi Hunningsbani. So it's been a long time since Helgi Jörvardsson died, and there is a Norwegian magician king named Sigmund Volsung. He's a shapeshifter and everything. He gets a son whom he calls Helgi, named after the famous Helgi Jörvardsson. And the young Helgi is a great warrior prince who engages in war and fighting with Hunning's sons. In the first poem, a great battle is held at somewhere called Logafell, which means the mountain of flames. And this is where the Frodafrid, which means the wisdom piece, a piece of wisdom, is broken. So this piece of wisdom was a legendary golden age in Norse mythology. It was an era of peace and wisdom and generosity and kindness. And Helgi and his men break this nice era with their fighting. So after the big fight, Helgi sits down beneath a place called Arastein, which means eagle rock. Now, the eagle in Norse poetry is usually a metaphor for it's sometimes a metaphor for death and mortality, which means that Helgi may have had a near-death experience. And suddenly, while he's having this experience, dozing off after battle beneath this eagle rock, a large light glows out from the mountain of flames, and from that radiation come rays and shining and lightning, and this is a sure sign that Valkyrie are approaching. They are very much associated with light and lightning and rays of light. So they come across the celestial field, and they are referred to as blood-stenched Valkyrie because they are the warriors' fates, and rays shone from their spears. And the prince looks up and sees these southern goddesses, which is another word often used to describe Valkyrias, and he asks if they want to come home with the warriors. But then the leader of the Valkyries, who's called Sigrun, explains that they have better things to do than drink beer with men who break rings. And she's referring to an order. The ring is an order, a sacred trust, a cycle, an era which has been broken, the era of the peace of wisdom. And Helgi and his men, they are to blame, so she blames them. And Sigrid also quickly explains that unless Helgi now gets his act together, he will lose her forever, because she has a horrible suitor who plans to attack, and she urges him to fight this rival instead. So Helgi Hunningsbani begins an almost identical mission as the one he had before when he was Helgi Jörvardsson. He must fight the 2 giants of hatred and rage, and finally he must fight the giants of death, and he has to be rescued by the Valkyria Sigrun, who rides above and protects him and his ship. So this is clearly an echo of what the previous Helgi and his Valkyria Svava experienced. So in his previous life, Helgi died on Frekastein, the rock of greed. And in this life, he overcomes this battle of greed, and the Valkyria come down from heaven to help him and his men. So there are two versions of this story, the first and the second poem. And in the second poem, it is plainly stated outright that Sigrun is a reincarnation of Svava, that she recognizes Helgi from his previous life. So after a major battle in this version, Helgi and his men take part in a raw meat-eating ritual on a beach called the Bay of Bruna, which means the eyelash base. And as Sigrun and her Valkyria squad approach them, Sigrun accuses Helgi of leading meaningless wars and tells him that she recognizes his true identity. He is Helgi who is born again, and she claims that they have known and loved each other before. So they gather, the dangerous missions are told once more. 9 Valkyrias with Sigrun in the lead rescue the men from shipwreck, extinguish a storm and lead them safely to shore. It's all an echo of what happened before. So in this life, he wins the battle of the Rock of Greed, and then he marries his reincarnated Valkyria again. But then Odin decides that he wants Helgi in Valhalla and throws a spear at him and kills him. So Helgi is laid, he's laid in a haug, and Valkyria Svava comes there to visit him. And it seems that they travel back and forth between the hill and Valhalla, and that they live in both places. So, after the end of the second poem, the medieval chronicler who wrote the poem during the 12th century explained that it was believed in the old days that humans were reincarnated, even if this is now called women's speech. Helgi and Sigrun are said to have been reincarnated. He was later called Helgi Haddingaskadi, and she was called Kora Halfdansdottir, as it is said in the Koraljud, the Kora song, and she was a Valkyria. Now this song, the song about Kora, has been lost to us. And nothing else is known about Helgi Haddingadamager and his Valkyria Kora, except that they were reincarnations of the previous Helgis and the reincarnating Valkyria, Sigrun Svava. So what does this tell us? This tells us this is now called women's speech. This person who wrote this, we don't know who it was, but he lived in Iceland probably during the 12th century or 13th century. And that means that they, in this time, they called the belief in reincarnation to be women's speech. So it tells us something about what women still believed in this time. So there are 2 other strong candidates for yet another reincarnation of Helgi and his Valkyria bride in Edda poetry, namely Sigurd's Fafnisbani and his Valkyria, Sigurdrifa, who was later called Brynhild after she wakes up from yet another death-like sleep. This story is told over the course of several Edda poems, sometimes called the Sigurd poems, which follow the 3 known Helgi poems of the Edda. The main manuscript of the Edda poems. Helgi died before his father Sigmund died, and later Sigmund had another son, Sigurd. So he's the little brother of Helgi, and he's born after Helgi's death. So Sigmund had another son, Sigurd, who grows up in Denmark and is said to be the most remarkable of all of Sigmund's lovely sons. As a young man, Sigurd has to go through a series of trials which eventually takes him to a sacred mountain. Yes, it is indeed called Helgafell, the sacred mountain, exactly the same name used in the sagas of the mountains where dead ancestors live. And here on this mountain, he must kill a huge snake called Fafnir. So when the snake dies, I know it's usually referred to as a dragon, but in Edda poems, it's called a snake. It's called a venomous snake, actually. So when this snake dies, it loses the helmet of fear and the red gold that the gods have lost to it. So Sigurd drinks the blood of the serpent that he killed on this sacred mountain of the ancestors, and then he can understand the language of the birds, and they tell him of another quest to come, and they tell him that it's very important to reach the very top of the sacred mountain in order to wake up a sleeping Valkyria, and they clearly state that she is the one who has been sleeping since Helgi died. So this is probably the same as Svava, as Sigrun, as Kora, the same Valkyria who is sort of reincarnating or sleeping away between the lives of her reincarnating lover. So when Sigurd wears the red gold and the helmet of fear, which he took from the snake, he's able to ascend the holy mountain and penetrate a wall of high flames again, which keeps him separate from his true destiny, his Valkyria. And there he finds a woman. Sigurd cuts up her armor and wakes her up from a sleep. And when she wakes up, she complains about having slept for a long time and that this was really terrible for everyone. And she teaches him about powerful runes and healing and medicine and eloquence and human languages. And when he rides down from the mountain back to the world of men, he's ready to become king. So what makes this relevant to our theme of reincarnation is this, that Valkyria has been asleep since Helgi died. So this is a pretty strong indication that the sleeping Valkyria is identical to Svava, who was reborn as Sigrun, who was reborn as Kora, and who is now reborn as Sigurdrifa. And later again, she falls asleep again because, not because Sigurd dies, but because he forgets about her. So she falls asleep again, and is then when she wakes up again, she is called Brynhild. So yeah. So as the Edda poems continue to tell their stories, Sigurd has to go through trials and challenges that are very similar to the trials that the previous reincarnations had to undergo. And all the time, in all these stories, they are guided and assisted and protected by this loving Valkyria bride. However, in the Sigurd story, the difference between a Valkyria and a human woman becomes more of a direct theme. In real life, on the human level, Sigurd cannot marry a Valkyria. She's not a woman. So in Helgi's poem, the Valkyria seems to marry Helgi as if she was a human woman. But if we examine these stories, we must realize that the Valkyria is still a sort of goddess. So if we take a closer look at these stories, we will realize that the Valkyria only appears to him in states of ecstasy, meditation, near dreams, sleep, under the heat of battle, when he's meditating on a mound, when he's practicing ecstatic rituals, eating raw meat, sleeping away after battle, almost drowning. This is when she appears only. And while married, she rides in the air and the sea with her Valkyria troops and releases rays of light and lightning. She hovers over the battles, she conquers the giantesses of the wavy sea, and she visits her husband in his grave after death. So she is a being that the reincarnating hero has encountered at a supernatural or spiritual level in each life, each time with a new name, but with identical function. So in this last life, it so happens that Sigurd is killed in battle. And we often believe that warriors who died in battle always come to Valhall, but this is based on very few sources, mainly Snorri and one skaldic poem. In the Edda poetry, it takes much more to get to Valhall. In the Edda poems, it is the love and guidance of the Valkyrias or goddess Freya who through a series of trials that may lead to Valhall. And during the story of Sigurd and Sigurdrifa, as I said, Sigurd forgets that he has met Sigurdrifa. The way one might forget supernatural or dreamlike states. And when he forgets, Sigurdrifa goes back to sleep. And she wakes up again, a long story, but she wakes up again with a new name, Brynhild. And this is when Sigurd wakes her up again. But this time there is a whole drama of deception, which leads to the Valkyria getting so angry with him that she makes sure that he is killed by treason. But even though she causes his death in this life out of anger, she has not forgotten her love for him, and she forgives him because he never acted out of malice. He only acted out of oblivion. And when Sigurd dies, Brynhild she actually saves him from hell. It's a sort of salvation theme that I have explored in other places. So yeah, as I said, she was not an ordinary bride. She's more like a protective spirit in some way. She's obviously supernatural. And let's see, sorry. So to summarize a bit, we have looked at a kind of story cycle in which a man, a prince, a hero, is born and dies and is reincarnated several times. And in every single life, he manages to find a Valkyria bride, the same spiritual bride that he has had in every single life. One who comes up with a new name and a new identity in each life, but who is still the same reincarnating Valkyria, one that he must always wake up and fight to get. And he goes through very much the same similar trials in every life. And when he succeeds in every life, she becomes like a kind of guiding spirit for him. She protects him and helps him. She flies over him in battle or at sea. She rescues him. And when he dies, she watches for his soul in the afterlife. She even arrives down to Hel to save him, and eventually takes him there to Valhall, where they can live together forever, free from rebirth, life and death and suffering. So what kind of being is this Valkyria? Now, Valkyrias are a form of Norns. In Norse poetry, Norns and Valkyrias and goddesses and even giantesses often blend together. They overlap and are identified as each other. For example, the third Norn, Skull, is also listed among the Valkyrie. So the Norns control all destiny in the world. The gods, the people, they set the law of destiny and carve them into the runes of the world tree. And we hear about Norns that come into being at every human birth and who follow each of us throughout life and spin our individual destinies. This is something we hear about from Snorri and also referred to in the poetry. And in the sagas, on the other hand, we don't hear that Norns are following people through their lives, but that fylgjur, which basically means followers, female figures who follow us through life. They guide us and they guide our destinies. And some of these are divine, like Valkyrie. Some are elfin, similar to those who live in the upper heavens where only immortals can reach. And most of them are of dwarf family, the daughters of Dvalin, which means the daughters of hibernation, which has a sleep theme. Basically, I'm thinking maybe this kind of Norn, the daughters of hibernation, are the sort of Norns that let their humans sort of sleepwalk through life, just like they do. And maybe this could be the same as the Valkyrie, who are sleeping and who need to be awakened in order to get a glorious and divine fate. So, yeah. In any case, it appears that the Valkyrie in the Edda poems are such Norns. They are such followers. They have to be awakened by their human so that they can spin this grand destiny for the people that they love. So, in any way, they are connected to our souls, and they may be parts of our souls. And obviously, they are connected to the rebirth as well, the rebirth of the soul. So I come to a final story where there is a fylgja, a follower, not a Valkyria, who represents the true place of the soul. The story of Svipdag and Menglød can be found in the Edda poems Groagalder and Fjølsvin Small, and the two poems are so clearly connected that together they have often been known as one poem together, the Svipdag Small. The hero is the young boy Svipdager, and in Groagalder, which means Groa spell songs, Svipdag sits on his dead mother's grave, Groa's grave, and he urges her, invoking her spirit to reappear at the doors of death. He basically says, "Wake up, Groa, wake up, good woman, I invoke you by the doors of death." So he wants advice and gifts of wisdom, and Groa, his mother, his dead mother, rises from her grave and offers 9 powerful spell songs that will help her boy in his quest to find the secret abode of the maiden Menglød. So in the next poem, Fjølsvin Small, Groa's spell songs have helped the boy reach another dimension of reality, and suddenly he floats far into Utgarder, the outer world, which is a place usually populated by giants and trolls. And it's dark and it's cold, but the boy can see a wonderful settlement within, with a golden hall hidden behind a horrible and dangerous wall. And inside this wall, there is a mountain called Lifjaberg, the mountain of medicines, and all women who climb on it will be healed from lifelong illness and pain. And on that mountain grows the immense memory tree, whose branches reach out to all the worlds of the universe. And there is an amazing golden hall beneath the tree, described exactly as the place where Norns dwell, where you can see 9 beautiful maidens, goddesses who will answer prayers from men who sacrifice to them, it says. And in their midst sits Chud Mara, which means the great maiden, and she's dreaming her life away, even though she is said to also be the ruler of the outer world and of the golden hall within. She's the lord, they say, actually. They use even a male way of saying it. She's the lord of Utgard and the lord of this place. So Svipdag knows that he has to reach this maiden, but he must know how to get past all these obstacles, like the bloody, barking, hungry hellhounds that are there. He has to find the thorn of life buried in a 9-lock iron chest, which is protected by an ogress called Sinmara, which means corpse pale mare. And he has to make sure not to get stuck in a guest suffocating gate. So to get there, he also has to contend for eloquence and wisdom with the giant custodian, who called Fjølsvin, which basically means a guy who knows a lot. And he's constantly asking, this boy, he's constantly asking questions to the giant to find a way past these obstacles. But whenever a problem seems to be solved, another arises. Yeah, that's life. So suddenly Svipdag remembers that he has been here before and that he has always been married to the great maiden. Always. He has only forgotten about it. He's forgotten his true home. He's forgotten his true bride because he was led over and over on wind-swept paths. And as I said before, wind is always a metaphor for death and mortality in Edda poetry. So what Svipdag seems to say is that he has forgotten his true union with the maiden who rules the golden hall within because he has died so many times. And when he, the theme of memory, the theme of forgetting is also very important in these stories, but there's so many details. So anyway, when he remembers who he really is, the gates open up by themselves, or the maiden orders the gates to be opened. And she opens her eyes from this dreamy state, and she greets him with great joy, explaining that she has waited forever for him to return to her. And interestingly, when she offers her welcome kiss to him, she refers to herself as a fylgja, a follower, the sort of Norn-like being who walks with us through our lives. So, opening up to the possibility of themes of reincarnation, karma, and illumination, salvation, that this may once actually have been a part of ancient Scandinavian pre-Christian religion, Norse paganism, just as it was in countless other European pre-Christian cultures, including Celtic cultures, Roman, Greeks, and just as it has been common up to until today in most of East Asia. It makes it easier to see the saga and mythical stories in a new light. So in Eastern religions such as Hinduism and Buddhism, we do find terms like karma and samsara, which is a cycle of life and death and reincarnation, where the soul constantly goes through the same trials until the soul has succeeded in moving forward, until the soul has evolved and or had to face new trials. So how to die, be born, live, die, be born again, until the soul finds peace and enlightenment, a kind of salvation from karma. And now a condition called nirvana, where the soul has reached perfection, wisdom, and peace. So in this this picture I put up here, we see illustrations on one side. These are Buddhist and mainly Buddhist, I think, illustrations of the karmic cycle, where the great goddess of death and illusion prevails. So it may, of course, be speculative to put up Norse symbols right next to these, just because they are somewhat reminiscent of Asian illustrations of the karma cycle. But considering what we have been through now, it may not be so far-fetched to think it. It is worth thinking that all these symbols here, actually these Norse symbols here, the Scandinavian symbols, they all come from burial monuments. They're all there to illustrate the journey of the dead in the afterlife. So there does seem to be a kind of karmic theme in these stories. The three reincarnations of the first Helgi all seem to go through the same cycle of obstacles, trials, lessons, and attachment to the Valkyria bride, who seems to be an integral part of his destiny, or perhaps his personal destiny goddess. So as I see it, the Helgi and Sigurd poems together tell a story of a reincarnating soul, a man who becomes king in all his lives, but only after his true quest in life has been overcome, and he has managed to win the hands of his Valkyria in marriage. And the Valkyria is also the same in every life, even though she has a new name, and she always seems to have slept. She sleeps between his lives. When he dies, she sleeps, and she must be woken up by him again during each lifetime. So during each lifetime, he undergoes very similar trials. And when Sigurd, the fourth reincarnation in this story, his soul descends into the underworld, but because of the love of his Valkyria, he's actually rescued from this place of darkness and forgetfulness. And the Valkyria speaks for both him and herself to the giant woman of death, and declares that while other men and women must struggle and suffer through the ages, she and Sigurd will now live forever together, and the ogress of death must sink. So the way I see it, it's about the end of a rebirth cycle. It's reminiscent in any way of how Asian concepts, how Asian religions have conceived karma and samsara. So we have looked at two different reincarnation storylines, that of the three Olafs, where the last one denounces the idea of his previous lives and become a devout Christian. And we have seen that of the three Helgis, including Sigurd Fafnisbani, who appears to complete the cycle of reincarnation and achieves a final and eternal union with his Valkyria after death. We have also looked at Svipdag and seen traces of a belief in his many lives and death before he reaches the great maiden at the mountain of medicine and the tree of memory, where he too may find eternal peace in the arms of his beloved Fylgja. So the supernatural female companions in these stories also appear to be reincarnated, often sleeping away between the lives of their chosen human husband, appearing with a new name but similar function in each life, somehow connected to the reincarnating soul of the human that they follow and guide and protect. We have also looked at very different concepts of afterlife existence in the same sort of source material. People could go to various worlds after death, obviously. Some stay on in mounds and hills. But if there was a belief in reincarnation, then how do all these other afterlife concepts fit in? Were they compatible with the concept of reincarnation at all? So after more than a millennium of monotheistic principles, we are so accustomed to the notion of only one possible truth that we may find it difficult to imagine a world where many different possible lifetimes of destiny abound. So if we are to consider all the sources that we have about the existence after life or after death, this is the picture that is drawn. It's a universe full of countless worlds and possible paths, both in this life and in the next. Reincarnation may have been one out of many possibilities. But also, religions known to profess the concept of reincarnation, such as Hinduism and Buddhism, they do not seem to struggle with this infinite diversity. They also have countless traditions of countless different worlds and dimensions through which the soul can travel after death and before rebirth. I suggest that something similar may have happened in pre-Christian Scandinavia, that there is a belief in many possible paths of death, just as there is in life, where one afterlife is even succeeded by another, and even maybe leading to rebirth in this mortal life, possibly to complete unfinished business, which is very clearly suggested in the Helgi stories. Helgi does go to Valhall, that should be the end, but no, then he's reborn again in this world. And he even moves back and forth between Valhall and the burial mound. So this is a very flexible worldview we have here. It's fluid, very, very fluid. And so the worldview that are shown in the poems and stories here suggest a belief in universal cycles. Our world was preceded by 9 former worlds and will be followed by another world that emerges after Ragnarok. And our world is also poetically described as a large tree, usually an ash. And in the same way, the human body itself can be described poetically as a tree. And the first man was even called Ash. So ask means ash, like the tree Yggdrasil. So it means that humans are like smaller copies of the universal being. They're multidimensional and everlasting and dying and emerging again over and over and over. So that's it. Thanks.
That was amazing, Maria. I really, really enjoyed that. Yeah. I don't know if anybody has got some questions, if you want to put it into chat or mute yourself. Yeah, I just, coming from a Tibetan Tantric Buddhist background, that was one of the things that really interested me the most, was this comparison of that Tantric Dakini principle of the female Dakini, who serves as not only a living embodiment of a woman, but as also serves on a supernatural level as a mnemic device to practitioners to kind of where they can recognize their purest state of consciousness. And in the earliest pre-Hindu tradition, the pre-Vedic tradition, the Dakini also served on battlegrounds, kind of, to lift the consciousness of the warrior who died an ecstatic death, the warrior who died in battle, this ecstatic state, to pull his consciousness up, and they served as that's a device to bring their consciousness to a higher level. And so, yeah, and so, when I went to Nepal, it was to study the women's side of it, the female side of it, and what happens to female practitioners, because this is a whole other area. And, for the women, in a lot of the iconography, as you've probably seen, they hold the Khatvanga, which is the staff, and the staff represents their consort. And so, as you get deeper into it, the Dakini dances with her consort, this Khatvanga, which is, you know, in later iconography, it shows, you know, death, you know, the decay, and also the freshly severed head to represent the three phases of the cycle of life and death. But also what's really interesting is that staff is embodied by spirit, whether you want to call it a higher god, an elf, you know, alfar, whatever it is, that she's holding it as her consort. She's using that as her support as well to reach her ecstatic state. So it's really interesting to come back to the Norse and Germanic practices and seeing women, you know, particularly kind of replicating that in many ways. You kind of wonder what was happening along that circumpolar route. What was that exchange of information and knowledge? It's really fascinating.
It must be very ancient, very...
It must be so old. Yeah, yeah. I wish I could, you know, go back and just, I want to follow these women through and what is going on.
To remember previous lives.
Right. But, you know, this is what you're talking about. Here's the first time I've really seen this laid out so beautifully. And it's just, I feel really encouraged. Like, you know, these hunches that we kind of follow as researchers, I think we're right on. I think we're very much right on with it. And I really, really enjoyed this talk a lot.
Thank you.
Just, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The dakini is it actually breaks up in the dakini. Like so in the Tibetan tradition, she's called Kandrila, skywalker.
Yeah.
She who flies the sky. But she's also, women can also be called Kandrila, you know, honorific term is somebody who embodies or is named that. She's often serves as a consort to a high practitioner. Or if she is a great yogini, she can also be given that title of respect, Kandrila, you know, skywalker. And you know, these are women who have practiced great feats of tantric magic and things like that. But you know, when I had gone, I can send you the name of a book that's really good. When I had gone to Nepal to kind of study these women, you know, there's a story that they were. It reminds me so much of the wand-wed ones, you know, the ones that are literally married, like they just carry their staff with them everywhere, and they just wander and they practice in all the sacred places, sacred mountains, sacred caves, and things like that. And yeah, just very fascinating practices. So yeah. But there's a book by Miranda Shaw called Passionate Enlightenment that I really recommend. She's done a lot of great research on the pre-Vedic traditions of these women. Passionate Enlightenment.
Right.
And the author's name is Miranda Shaw.
Miranda Shaw.
Yeah, really inspiring writing on these great female adepts. And what they're doing and serving as consorts. And another really interesting thing that your talk reminded me of, in the Tantra tradition, you'll hear about these great yogis, you know, and they have to pass these trials to gain a certain level of accomplishment. And a lot of it's going to the charnel grounds where the dakinis stay. The dakinis stay in these places of death that are very terrifying to men, you know, and they'll beat men who try to go in there who are not ready. And so these brave yogis, they have to go in there, you know, and kind of answer the riddles, or, you know, a lot of it, they get in sexual union with these dakinis to reach those certain levels. But, you know, it talks of a time when the women held the key. You know, they held the key to those higher levels of conscious state. Yeah. So kind of very interesting to see that. I've always thought there's
so similar. It sounds so similar to. In core, you know.
Oh, I think there's definitely, I think the more you get into this, definitely a connection with the Valkyrie and the Dakini. Very much so. I think it's much older in even the written records. So it's kind of, it's just you have to follow your intuition. But like I said, I mean, your talk did such a great job of kind of confirming a lot of it, like what these women did in the Tibetan Tantric tradition, and what you're talking about, what they did with these warriors.
I didn't know it was that similar, actually. In Tantra, I heard about this Siberian shamanism, where you find similar ideas of more like a spirit spouse. That
Right.
they could have a protective spirit, but also be sort of married to them. And
right, that's as your consort. And I think that Tibetan stuff is really interesting because it comes out of that northwest, what's now northwest Pakistan, and kind of sits in situ. Like it doesn't get really corrupted by outside things. You know, it's staved off like a lot of the Islamic invasion or the Abrahamic influences. You know, and so you get these pockets of what you know is a much older tradition. So it's fascinating. It's really fascinating. Yeah. Does anybody have any other questions? I don't want to start yabbering away. No? Everybody's quiet. Linda, what do you think? You have any questions?
No, it was excellent. Thank you. It was really fascinating. Thank you.
And I just have my wheels turning for the rest of the day now. I'm going to be like, oh, I'm going to message you in more books.
Because you find in the mainstream heathen community over here, you find the discussion over life after death and reincarnation, and it's very prominent. A lot of them don't believe it. You know, that there's very little evidence. They don't believe that there was reincarnation, and it's quite evident that there are lots of sources.
There
you know,
are.
there's also that discussion about the idea of soul, because I mean my area is more Anglo-Saxon heathenry, and this idea of what the soul constituted and whether there was more than one soul, or the splitting of the soul and things like that. And I find that quite interesting, whether, you know, because often the idea of reincarnation is that you take that your soul with you, and some ideas in reincarnation is that the soul is reborn into another body. And it'd be sort of interesting to see the idea of soul developed more. You know, I don't know if you've come across that in your studies in reincarnation, the idea of soul splitting, or soul continuing, or soul moving into another body.
Well, I don't think the sources will give us that answer, actually. No, all they give us are some hints, basically. But no, I think that's something we have to figure out on our own, because they don't.
I think you can find it in some moods, the idea of moods within the stories and the humours, but no, we haven't got, sadly, that. No. But that's one of the arguments you often get from people. And it's really interesting, because it reminded me, and I'd forgotten that, you know, you were saying that we have very little sources or evidence of warriors going to Valhalla, so Valhalla, after death, apart from Snorri, and there's a skaldic poem, isn't there? Whereas that's a big thing that particularly the men, the Brosartri, are always going on about, you know, about going to Valhalla. I wish I was a warrior so I could go, and we have so little evidence of that.
Very little. But in the Edda poetry, it gives us a completely different picture. Like, you have these stories where the hero actually has to get the help of, for example, in this Hyndlu-ljud, where actually this Ottar, he has to pray to Freya, and she has to take him down into the underworld and reach this giantess called Hyndla, and they together can take him to Valhalla if he learns his lessons. So, and it's directly stated, the purpose is to go to Valhalla, and he needs the guidance and the mead that Freya gives, and the guidance and the wisdom that this Hyndla, this giantess, gives him. So it probably wasn't as simple as just
dying.
No.
Just no, probably isn't.
That's really become very popular. Everybody, it's like it has become like a modern myth.
It has, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's more like a modern myth, I think, because it's
one that is being promulgated by modern heathens.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like this idea of gung ho, let's go into battle, or let's drink our mead and then we can just go to Valhalla. I mean, it's
they don't realize, all the sources say they have to be chosen. They have to be chosen by a Valkyria. So,
which is such an interesting, I mean, it could be just such a metaphor for, you know, what's really happening, you know, like this idea of physically choosing, or is it idea of coming to some self-realization, some kind of deeper introspection to self, you know? Right, I mean, just kind of a resolution of things. Like, I like the story where he has to battle anger, and he has to battle rage, and he has to, I mean, those metaphors of overcoming these kind of ego-based reactions to get to a higher state of consciousness.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see, because you have this Helgi who is like, he doesn't have a proper identity, then he gets an identity, and he has to battle all these things, but he loses the battle of greed, so he has to be reborn, and then he has to win the battle of greed. And when he comes back as Sigurd, he's a much nicer person, actually. He doesn't break the peace of wisdom or anything. Like it's more about oblivion there. He has a problem with forgetting.
Right. Well, the idea that he didn't have an identity first is fascinating. Like, he had no identity. It would mean like there was no ego cleaning at this point. He wasn't onto a self, or, you know, that big capital I at that point, you know, and she comes through and she names him at the same time. She gives him the ego to go forward.
Yeah.
But it's kind of,
purpose. You probably need an ego to have a purpose or something.
Maybe, right. Let's see. Crystal's asking, are there any further stories of Olaf, or does the cycle stop with their destruction?
It stops there. Yeah, sadly. No, Olaf the Holy became, you know, a saint. Well, he was a really horrible man, but he managed to convert Norway eventually. And he was the third king, as I said. There have been 3 kings who really tried really hard to convert the population, and they absolutely refused. And there were big battles and wars, and actually didn't even succeed in his lifetime. He succeeded after his death. So it was because of his work, and then but no, we don't hear more of that. No, we just hear that it was believed that he himself had believed to be a reincarnation, but he was a Christian all his life, but he probably didn't understand that he couldn't believe in reincarnation and Christianity at the same time. So in the beginning, so.
Right.
But that was very normal back then. They didn't. It took some time before all the dogmas were settled.
Right. If they ever do get settled.
It's interesting that when these people write, then they believe that women. They say it's. In most translations, it says old wives' tales, but the real translation is women. Women in the 12th, 13th centuries still believed in reincarnation. That's what they say. And they lived it. So that's what they're saying, that women still believe in it. Yeah. But that's just women's speech, so they don't have to, you know, hear it. So. Right.
I wonder if it's because in these other sources, it's so intrinsically related to like magic in some ways, you know, and right. Yeah, I mean, who's in control? Who's weaving all of that? Because it's always referring back to the power of women in many ways, whether it's a real woman or a metaphorical woman. So that could be very threatening for these men.
Probably very threatening. Realize that they are actually completely depending on female entities in order to reach Valhalla. That's gonna really provoke them, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. But they are.
Yeah. What a fantastic topic. I love that topic. It's great. Well, thank you so much. Is everybody?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see all the others. I'm sorry.
No, I'll send you links.
I had to work. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, till next year.
Bye. Bye. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.